Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping, rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly, I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more." Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's plutonium shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul and that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled at the stillness broken by replies so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy on to fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, tooth foul whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining, with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then, methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, the God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aden it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word a sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's plutonium shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. This is the spooky after party. And your ghoulish hosts are the Great Order and No White Guilt. As for the crown winner of last week, and as well, the second place winner goes to our very own and great hero, Slots, for gifting a total of 5 ghoulish and yet saving the white children dollars. Congratulations, and thank you, hero. You can financially gift on Entropy. In just a moment, I will have it up at 15%. Or you can sink down into the grave of the description and find Cash App. And you can financially gift there as well. Today, we have a great goblin host of heroes on tap for the thoroughly frightening Tap Halloween special. And now, all you banshees and banhees, I give you the one and only Mr. Jared George.
Hello, hello.
Hello, my good friend. How are you?
How are you? Happy Halloween to everybody.
A happy Halloween to everyone indeed. How is everybody doing? Jared, I love your face, man. This is fantastic.
Yeah, we didn't consult on what the other would be doing, so this should be a surprise.
It should be a surprise. Well, a happy Halloween to you, good sir. And I'm very excited to be here with you today once again. And a big thank you to start off the show for you and all of the lion's share of the work you did to make this a magnificent episode, as they always are. And so thank you so very much. And let's get some raucous emojis out for Mr. George and all that he did to make this a ghoulishly wonderful Halloween special here on tap. And we have Oliver, who I believe may have just stepped in backstage. But Mr. George, your first thoughts as we get started here tonight.
Oh, I'm just excited for a fun celebration. I think we need a respite, and tonight is just about socializing and having fun, keeping it light, and enjoying this celebration. The show must go on. So we know it's been a bit of a different year, but that's all right. You could still find the beauty in things, and there's a certain dark beauty that is particularly unique about this time of year that I know both you and I, Jason, have a certain special place in our hearts for. The leaves are all on the ground where I am. It was a crisp and clear day, beautiful, perfect late October day, and I am fully in the mood. Had some Halloween music on before. I see you two have everything set up for the ambiance. I have a couple of pumpkins, candle, and I usually have the Grimm's fairy tale book up, but I know you can't really see it, but that is a beautiful collection of Edgar Allan Poe. I know you have your reading of The Raven, Jason, on your channel.
Yes.
All the collected works of Poe is the book standing behind me, behind the candle. So we have a great episode for everyone. We have multiple guests. As Jason said, Oliver Semiagog will be on momentarily. We have several guests coming on, maybe some surprises later too. We're going to, at the end of the show, towards the end of the show, Jeff and Hyreth from White Art Collective are going to be on, and we're going to play some selections from the second annual White Art Collective Spooky short film contest. Jason will be telling his ghost story, his fascinating real life ghost story that I've heard a couple of times now, and I can definitely attest that it's always a spine tingling tale. And today is, well, maybe not today exactly. I don't know if it was published on Halloween, but 200 years ago in 1820, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving was first published as a serial. And that short story has always meant something to me. And I have the book in front of me right here, and I'm going to perform just a couple of minutes from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow a little later too. So we have a fun hangout, very cozy. We know we had some streams earlier today. Later tonight, Jeff will be on his own stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, the White Art Collective Halloween stream themselves. So maybe some of you have tuned into other streams today, and we have more to look forward to later. It's a cozy day for everyone to just be together, enjoy each other's company, have some fun, and that's exactly what we're doing here tonight.
That is indeed what we're doing here tonight, Mr. George. Are we ready for the one and only Semiagog?
I think we should be. Let's bring, without any further ado, let's bring him on.
All right, here we go. Hey, there we go. Well, I guess it's going to be like that then, because I was thinking we would be back to the center with Semiagog, but he'll be right here on top with me, I guess. Great to see you, brother. And looking fabulous as always. And what character are you playing?
Every day is Halloween hereabouts, man. So I thought about some costumes, and all I have is some old military costumes, and I didn't want to appear with guns or ammunition or anything. So,
no, you can't. Good. Yes, you're not allowed to do that on live stream. We would have to immediately make you invisible. Let me ask really quick, Semiagog. Jared, what are you specifically? Because I didn't get to ask that.
Oh, this is just my attempt at some kind of skeleton makeup.
Nice.
The teeth didn't really come out. You're supposed to kind of do triangles, and it just got smudged because I have the facial hair. So I had to like wipe it off before and start again. So I just have the lines. So I'm not the craftiest person. It's a little bit of a thrown together, but here we are. A little mood and ambiance.
Yes. And I am Foster. No, I'm kidding. I am a zombie hunter. Official.
You need the beard.
I have a patch. I'm an official zombie hunter.
Yeah.
Zombies are fictional, so
the ammunition is fictional.
Yes, I hunted fictional things. So nobody at YouTube needs to be perturbed by the hunting of things here. So very good. Well, Semiagog, how have you been, brother?
I have been well. Can everybody hear me okay?
Beautiful,
just check. I am doing very well and happy to be on saying hello to you guys again. I've noticed that you've kept your usual razor sharp focus on culture and community. I know we're supposed to keep this light, but I couldn't help but noticing that you have a whole epic thing going on or just up until very, very recently with billboards and all sorts of things.
Yes, indeed, we have. And it worked out absolutely magnificently. We posted a big billboard. It was gorgeous, 4-lane highway. Sent views through the roof at the website. The anti-whites attacked the website. They attacked the billboard. And then attacking the billboard got the billboard and the website even more attention, got the website back up. Then they attacked the website again, took it down again. It's being rebuilt as we speak by one of our heroes. And then the lexicon and dialectics of going free proving itself once again, because this has been the best reportage that white positive people have ever had, period. It is amazing, as fair as all we could really ask for. And I think it was fair and then some. We got an article and on the TV, on one of the stations up there. So we're looking forward to some more fun when it comes to that sort of thing. But so much so that the anti-whites were trying to disavow what they had actually done to the billboard. they were trying to say, oh, no, we didn't mean to, it's not our people. You must have done it, Jason. You did it to your own webs or to your own billboard. But of course we did not. So yeah, it's an amazing ride we are on. We're having a lot of victories.
Well, it seemed like a very, very bold move. So yeah, I was surprised to see it. And it's always nice to bring things like that out into the three-dimensional world, right?
Oh, precisely.
So yeah, and on roads and highways, that will actually be something I'll be looking at in my oft-mentioned upcoming book on semiotics of nationalism, particularly control of outdoor spaces. They have things like First Amendment and freedom of speech, but that doesn't apply to being able to, for example, post bills or put billboards up. Control of public signs is something that is very, very heavily emphasized, with governments and the rest. And you've got freedom of expression and everything else, but not in terms of, for example, being able to print out whatever money you want. If you, for example, decide to get clever and swipe somebody's copyrighted material and republish a book, you're not going to have armed treasury agents or Secret Service descending upon your house. So it's interesting the way we normally think about things like writing and the rest. But there are these distinct areas in our culture, which is like duplication of currency, which is with fiat currency is nothing but marks on paper, remember? And the way we treat marks on paper, for example, copyright, and public posting of bills and billboards, the control of these things in space that go with territory and the marking of routes and putting signs, for example, along highways. It's a whole interesting thing, I hope, eventually to unfold. But again, this is supposed to be light. I just thought I'd throw that out there because anyone who's interested in nationalism is interested in control of territory and identity and origins and where you come from. And it also has things like rank and hierarchy that all come with an idea of writing that goes back to our animal ancestry rather than something that has a sharp disjunction marked where suddenly humans come along and supposedly we've got our own unique writing that animals don't have. So a little plug to throw in there for an upcoming project, perhaps getting a little bit far afield, but there it is.
When can we possibly expect that book? Any rough ETA? And we've announced a few books on this show.
Yeah, before I think I was putting together the sci-fi book I did and the poetry book. Jason, of course, has been publishing all kinds of stuff. I did get those done, so there is that. The book on nationalism is going to take a bit because I have to figure out how to peel it away from things that are just too hyper intellectual, too noodly, too navel gazing in some respects. I need to really sink my teeth into how to make this, to get this to make sense for general audiences in a way. It's not that anybody couldn't understand it. It's that I have to find the specific ways to show how it's important and why, and specifically for nationalism. So until I overcome that challenge, which I am working on at present, you see, I just tried to tie it to things like billboards and all the rest.
Well done.
So that's a little bit, that is the hurdle. But once I'm done, you guys will be the first to know.
Yeah, we're happy, like I said, to have announced a couple of books on this show from guests of ours. In addition to, of course, what Jason has done. We know that he published Born Guilty, the big collection, a couple of years ago. But then second edition of Going Free. This year, we've celebrated two big things. We've done Prometheus Rising in May, Jason, and more recently, just last month, of course, Crucible, the standalone editions of each of those. Oliver, you said you had the poetry book done?
Yes, I do. It's called, why, thank you for asking. It's called Cinders from the Bloomery of Youth.
That looks very nice.
It is.
This is
collection
available?
of poems.
Am I behind the news here? Is this something you've announced? Is this available?
Yes. You can find this on Amazon. It's a collection of my poems going back to, I think, 94 or 96 or something, up through when I stopped last writing them sometime in the 2000s. And
when did that edition first become available for sale?
Oh, I don't know, within the last 3 or 4 months, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not too long. And I
missed that news, Oliver.
That's my own fault, no doubt, not being a proper self-promoter. But this photo I have always loved. This is one a friend in Turkey gave me. It's I think a silver gelatin print or something, but it was of a donkey with a Krupp's mountain cannon and part of the equipment mounted on its back. Yeah. And so I thought, what more represents youth than an ass with blinders on? Yeah, it's very silly. Anyway, so thanks for the chance to plug my merch, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And I have to say, Jared, that your makeup is kind of frightening to me. There is something sort of dark and creepy about it. It actually does work. I think it has something to do with the black parts over the eyes coming right down to the eyes. Yeah. With the open space beneath them. Yeah. And I didn't even know there was facial hair hidden there. So I'd say that was a success. Indeed.
Yeah. The little bit of a mustache I have threw it off a little bit. And I always keep a little lightness on the chin, but it was mostly the mustache that threw off the teeth thing. But I'm glad. Maybe the darkness is hiding some of my lack of makeup skills. But we throw something together. We try to give a little mood.
Well, if you appeared in the darkness before me, I would reach for a pistol and probably run at the same time. That would, yeah.
Well, then I guess the effect has been accomplished.
Absolutely. And do you have any things going on, Jared? I've noticed you've been doing a fair amount of work on your site, and I saw that you're doing interviews now or discussions regularly. There's guys at Arctos Press. Am I remembering that right?
John Bruce Leonard and I have a series of streams called Learning in Public. Yeah, we may be doing another one on Monday, right before the election. And in our style, probably not at all talking about the election. It's more of just as the name implies, Learning in Public, kind of a public think tank and meanderings. John and I were just having some great private discussions in the summer, becoming closer friends, getting to know one another a little better, which has been one of the many beautiful private developments of this year. And so we decided to start a series of live streams. And so it's often, so far, the two of us, but we may have some more guests. Laura Lee, who will be on in a little while, has been our only guest on that show so far, but might open it up to guests and just pick people's brains publicly. But yeah, some different things coming down the pike. I know I keep talking about music, so I almost don't want to mention, but yeah, that'll happen very, very, very soon. It's I hope no one thinks I'm being, analysis paralysis or being a perfectionist. I am a bit of a perfectionist with this, but it is very close. But I'll talk more about it when it comes out. But suffice to say, even though I have experience and I'm a musician, trying to do something on your laptop that sounds professional, there's been a learning curve in terms of writing, performance, and production, but it's been good. I thought I'd be ready in the summer, and then I was telling you and Jason, I was getting ready for something just a few weeks ago, but I wanted, the more that I work, the more I see, I just want to spend a little more time, make things right. Because this first song, I'm just going to release a song at a time, not an album, although I did write enough for the basis of an album earlier in the summer. But I'm kind of want to do what Survive the Jive does, kind of treat each song like a special production, and how he does about one video a month that's very well produced, like a mini documentary, roughly put out about a song a month and really make it a nice package and put some visuals with it. I think that's a good delivery system for the day and age we live in with the internet. So it took a while to kind of decide what the first track I wanted to do and then develop it. But the first track, as I said, it's been a learning curve, because even though I've done this before, on the level that I want to do it and knowing where the platform is, the platform that I have, and it'll have a bit of a built-in audience already, it's been good. It's made me want to, raise my game, but it's taking a while. And I know I keep saying it, but I do promise people it is getting close, and that this will be a whole new venture, having music as part of my Great Order platform. So as I said, that we'll talk a little more about it when the time is right, but should be very, very soon. I mean, obviously the election is going to be on everyone's mind next week, so I don't know if it makes sense to release it like right after the election, but within the next couple of weeks, we should have something and get going with the whole music thing. And yeah, I think I'm gonna have a sub page on my site for music that's going to look different from the rest of the Great Order site. And I'm doing even more with aesthetics. Everyone kind of knows I'm into visual and aesthetics, but I'm going to be doing more with that. Because, I really am a creative person at heart. And I realized there's a lot of people who make an art out of their videos. Like even you with your, like the way you even do your thumbnails, you're very good with the graphics and everything. And I realized I have a YouTube channel, and at times in the past, I thought to myself, why didn't I make more of an effort, since I am an artist, to make an art of the videos themselves? But I really realized everything for me pointed back to music. Like I'm really a musician. What gets me up in the morning is music, and as much as I enjoy communicating on videos, it's just not the same for me. So the same way that some people really make an art of videos with the thumbnails, or sometimes they use Final Cut Pro and all these other video editing software to really make an art form of the videos, that's all wonderful, and aesthetics is important. But the vast majority of my time and energy, I'm outfitted to put towards music. So I realized I really had to do that. That's going to really become my focus, is the music. That's really my main thing. So it's a big step to bring it into my public life here. It's kind of funny because it's the main thing I do, but it's kind of the last thing that I've done as the Great Order. People know me for these live streams, a little bit of videos, and maybe writing articles and poetry. But this is now the last thing's the big thing. So now the music is really going to become a big part of my public life going forward.
Well, it's always that last little bit of polish, right, that really produces the shine. It's like if you're polishing silver, or hell, even like spit shining boots, there's a lot of work for the basic part of it, but the last 10 or 20% is really what makes it glow, so to speak. So there's certainly a lot of value with trying to get the best product you can out the door.
And as I've said, knowing that I have this platform, it is making me raise my game. I'm learning things every day, realizing things, sometimes serendipitously coming across little bits of advice that make me tweak something. So it's definitely an interesting process. I probably said enough. Obviously, we have guests tonight, and tonight's not what this is about. But that's the long and short of it. As I said, I'm sure we'll have more to discuss when the actual song is out. So someone's asking in the chat what instrument I play. I play a bunch. On this first song, it's everything but the drums, but sing and guitar and bass and some synthesizers. But we'll talk more about that soon. I think we have Full Moon Ancestry, who should be coming on, right? Is he in the backstage, Jason?
He is indeed. He's ready to roll out. Are we ready to bring him out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Here we go, brother. And there he is. Welcome, brother. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, Jason, Jared, Semagog. So great to see all of you. Jared George, boy, your costume really gave me a shock there, but made me smile, made me feel like I was in a black metal band in the 90s again. And Jason, not only are you fighting those mean pathogens, you're also fighting those zombies and showing your nice pec muscles. Looking great, brother. Semagog, Oliver, nice to see you as well. Thank you so much for inviting me on this spooktacular stream.
Absolutely. Thank you for helping us celebrate, man. So did I hear you correctly? I know you're a fan, but did you say you were in a black metal band?
Heavy metal was my life, of course, going to classic heavy metal to all the other genres of black metal. Being a teen in the 90s, you couldn't help but be mystified, inspired by black metal. So I played in quite a few black metal bands in my teens and 20s, but boy, those very fond memories. But like I say,
what instrument do you play?
The White Positive Sphere. It's like the new heavy metal. So it's so great to relive my youth with white positive content for our people. And what better way with Jared George, No White Guilt, and of course here, Semagog.
What instrument do you play?
I always wanted to play the drums, but I never had my own drum kit. But I did have an electronic drum kit when I was living and working in Seattle, Washington, to the distraught of my neighbors in my apartment complex. So I grew up, my mom got me a guitar when I was 12. Then I got a bass guitar 2 years later. And I had a Tascam 4-track recorder. And boy, the recordings were horrible, but there's nothing like that analog sound.
I
And
agree.
there is
That's another thing
nostalgia
that I'm
to it.
doing is I'm trying to get that analog sound the best I can using digital recording. We were just talking about. I know I've been promising you, but speaking of the music, Oliver, part of the reason why I hesitated at first to talk about the music is because this guy here, Full Moon Ancestry, has been asking me on his show for like the last 3 months. And I'm like, why don't we wait till my music's out? Then we'll have something big to talk about. And you could be one of the first people whose streams I go on when this comes out. And he keeps checking in. He's like, when is the music coming on? I don't know if you heard Full Moon before when you were waiting backstage, but final stages of the first track. So should be soon. I'll be in touch with you about it. But this guy here has been asking me about it for months. And I promised him I'd go on his stream once the first track is out. It's definitely not metal. I'm definitely not metal, but we'll see. We'll still have something to talk about.
It's all about building anticipation, right? I remember this one day that I realized this guy I'd known for years and years who was studied material culture. He knew his work really, really well. He was an antique dealer. He sold antique weapons. In fact, he's the guy who's behind a lot of the old daggers and swords I have. And I discovered one day, to my shock and shame, that this guy had a particular technique he used where he'd have an antique sword and it would be in his possession. He'd already have it. He might be doing a repair to it or cleaning some part of it or whatever, but the antique was in his hands. And yet, even though he already had it, he would tease. He'd say things like, "Oh yeah, I got this, this sword. It's from the siege of Vienna. It's an Ottoman yataghan. It's from the 1680s. And there's this guy. He's talking about selling it. I'm not sure if I can get it yet, but if I can, I'll get it. And you will be the first one to find out about it just as soon as I get my hands on it." And he'd build this anticipation. You'd be asking him. You'd be like, "Well, what? Or have you gotten the sword yet? What are the chances?" "Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure, man." Had it the whole time. So what might be going on here is that Jared's got all this music finished. And he's just building this whole head of steam behind it with everyone being interested.
Yeah. This is kind of becoming the Chinese democracy of our sphere.
Since I have Jared and Semigog here, I did create a little poem. It's short, sweet. I don't know if it's how sweet it is, but if you guys like me to read it out for a special Halloween tap stream, I can read it out very quickly. If you guys want to hear it.
This kind of night is about. It's kind of a freewheeling stream, so that's perfect.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. It is called Transylvanian Dream by yours truly, Full Moon Ancestry, created literally like the last hour. Okay, here we go. I have little time to tell my tale before I travel beyond the pale. I wish I never made the choice to follow the castle's tempting voice. The Carpathians are beautiful but cold in winter. I was not prepared to wander hither. Out from the mist and grim fog, a castle appeared from across the bog. As I came near, the castle stood tall, with spires, turrets, and a wide stone hall. I climbed the steps of the endless hill, from where the mist and cold winds fill. The ancient walls and weathered stones, between the cracks were human bones. A gush of wind opened the doors. I stepped inside but fell on the floor. The doors closed shut and the hall was black. Through darkness I searched the pathway back. The entrance was blocked with no way out. I decided to search the castle about. The temperature lowered and I felt a chill. I started to tremble against my will. The corridor was endless, and try as I might, no exit was found. But then a bite. On my leg, a sore, but nothing around. No bug or flea or insect was found. I started to sweat, but tried not to panic. Then started to hear screams from the attic. The shrieks of pain, discomfort, and fear grew louder and hectic, closer and near. I started to run, but all ran into walls, then stumbled below with a sudden fall. Nothing was broken, but something arose. A figure swept quick and made a stark pose. With large fangs and nails, it made its attack. At that point I knew There was no turning back. I struggled and fought with the best of my might, but the figure was stronger and struck with a bite into my neck with the fangs of his teeth. At that point, I knew I had sadly been beat. I forgot what went next and drifted to sleep, an eternal coma of somber to weep. I awoke again after many moons to wander this castle in eternal doom. I say this to you, travelers and friend, beware this strange castle where I met my end. Carpathian castles are not what they seem, calling at the night in this Transylvanian dream.
Splendid. Bravo. Very well written and read. Well done.
Thank you.
Perfect for the evening. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
And you just wrote that today?
I procrastinated a little too much and wrote it when I should have wrote it earlier, but I was inspired by the excitement of going free with Jason and Jared, learning in public, might I say, really enjoying the streams. And Jason, just a pointer out, I know there might be someone else, it doesn't matter, who might have stolen some of your ideas. But boy, let me tell you something, Jason. Let me tell you a couple of 3 things for guys that like The Sopranos. Your dialectics, your lexicon, your tool set help our people. And if some people steal your tool sets, it doesn't matter, because the community that you created, we know that you've helped me and so many other people with their lives, with arguments, helping our family friends go free. And if other people steal the ideas, well, that's their problem, because we all know where it comes from. And Jared, the great work you do, learning in public, I know it sounds silly, but I'm just happy, very excited. You guys helped me out, and the community and culture that you guys and we are building, it means a lot. And so I hope that this Halloween stream, we can have many, many more, all thanks to you guys.
Thank you. No, thank you. And it doesn't sound silly at all. Someone in the chat said we have 2 full moons this Halloween. We have you here, and we actually have a full moon here right now. It is a blue moon, which means 2 full moons in the same month. There was a full moon right in the beginning of October. We have a rare Halloween blue moon. It's a full moon tonight, the 2nd full moon of October. And very interesting things in the ether, right? As we're in this very transitional time, this very different kind of year, 2020, this election in the U.S. in a couple of days. And I don't know if Laura Lee is in the wings, but she is certainly someone who, that is her thing. That is what she does. Reading the movings of the cosmos and her understanding of symbols and Jungian deep psychology and astrology, things I know Oliver here is interested in. Is she indeed in the wings yet, Jason?
She is in the wings. And I'll just say for her listening as she's backstage, if you want to use an avatar, you have to turn off your camera, and then it will give you the opportunity to select an avatar. And that's if you want to do, there you go. So we can bring forward the great. I will just quickly say, as I bring Laura Lee forward, I want to say thank you very much to Full Moon for saying that. I appreciate that deeply. And then I saw, I guess it was Popcorn or somebody in the chat who got a little confused about it. No, we want everybody using the lexicon and dialectics. What we have going on is a individual who has claimed with a book that is brand new this month that he is the originator of something called an idea pathogen, 15 years after meme pathogens. And his community is now telling the world what a genius he is for coming up with this concept. Yeah, pretty remarkable. And now I anticipate that some in the white positive sphere will begin to cite him as the originator, irrespective of the time frames. So thank you so much for saying that. And now let's bring forward the great, the one and only, the Laura Lee to join us.
Yeah, you two gentlemen, you can feel free to stay for a moment too.
If you there's so many great people, I will bow out gracefully. Jason, Jared, Semyagog, Laura Lee, so great to see you. Happy Halloween, guys. Stay safe, stay positive, and most importantly, stay happy. I'll talk to you guys later.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Great message. Thank you, Full Moon. We'll talk very soon, brother. Bye-bye.
Everybody, if you're not following Full Moon Ancestry, please do. He's doing magnificent work. He picked up the lexicon and dialectics of going free. He's using it broadly and successfully, and doing magnificent things. He's also a magnificent, truly splendid writer. So please check him out. But now we have.
And guys, I was thinking I might just stay on until your next person comes on, so you can keep like a 4 up, a wide variety of guests. Does
absolutely.
that work?
Actually, what we'll do is, I think you two have a lot of common interests, so I'm glad you can stay a little bit, Semi-Agog. And we have a little time because actually we could talk with you guys till about 8, and then we actually have a little break, and Jason and I will be able to catch up on any super chats that have come at that point. I have a little performance just for a few minutes from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Jason has his ghost story.
Yes.
And so we'll use that time as a little break and catching up, but I appreciate that. Without any further ado, though, Laura Lee, good to
Happy Halloween,
see you.
Laura Lee.
Happy Halloween, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Is my sound okay?
Perfect.
Great. Well, I'm thrilled to be here. Nice to have you on board too, Oliver. Really love your work.
Thank you. Good to virtually meet you.
Yes.
I was going to ask if you two
And here we
have
are on this very, very unusual full moon.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. So you answered my question implicitly. I was about to ask, you two haven't met before. I felt like you two were on at the beginning of last year too, but you didn't overlap on our Halloween show last year.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
well, glad to make the introduction.
Here we are.
Here we are. Here we are indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a view, Laura Lee, of the do you have a take on the arrangements of the stars and planets at this particular time? Because I myself am highly curious about what may be coming in terms of upheaval and madness over the next few days. Perhaps the skies offer some warning or portent.
Oh, they do indeed. They do indeed. So, well, not only is it unusual to have a full moon on Halloween, or Samhain, as the pagans would say, summer's end. But what is actually the next time we have a full moon on Halloween will be 2039, and the last time was Halloween 1944, when it was full across all time zones. So this is very interesting, and what makes it extremely unusual is the involvement in this full moon with the planet Uranus. Uranus, known as the Great Liberator. And I would see this as being a harbinger, actually, for what is coming up on the winter solstice. Another very unusual configuration in lieu of an entire year of unusual configurations, marking powerful and powerful, transformative historical cycles that you can trace back to 410 BC, as a matter of fact. So the planet Uranus actually rules the sign of Aquarius, and Aquarius is the sign associated with the myth of Prometheus. So I would say that what we are experiencing today at this time of descent into the underworld, looking into the dark, to the deep, and into the shadow, that what is to come as a consequence of the entire year, a process that began in January with a conjunction of Saturn and Pluto, that I like to describe in 2 simple words: boil lancing. And have we not been boil lancing for most of the year on just about every level? In other words, the toxics, or the toxins, the poisons, everything that is anti-life and destructive and in fact evil has been revealed, has been shown to us in one form or another. And by the way, this goes on both in the external, as I think is pretty obvious in terms of the state of the world, but it's also processes that are going on within each of us as individuals. So we could think of the planets as representing really forces of nature that are alive in the human psyche in the form of myths. And so mythic themes run through the human unconscious for millennia, as Jung himself said, that, we go along our daily lives and we're doing this and that and carrying on and not paying a whole lot of attention for the most part for what's going on in the deep. And yet there are myths running through the unconscious that go on and on and on and on until there is a time of critical transformation, such as right now. And so under times of great change, there arises these mythic themes that I would say come into our consciousness, or at least to the consciousness of anybody who pays attention to consciousness, that these themes arise in order to help us find the meaning in the kinds of transformation and metamorphosis that is going on. It's interesting that the planet Uranus is associated with sudden, unexpected change, with things like in science, phase transition. So something going along, it's like one thing, say in phase transition, we have liquid water and boom, it changes into a gas, and then it changes into a solid, and actually there's a fourth phase of water too, and that is more of a gelatinous phase. So phase, we are undergoing phase transition, a perturbation, and in evolution theory, it's known as punctuated equilibrium. So Uranus is this energy, this archetypal force, this force of nature that is associated with these kinds of things. So here we are, the full moon, already very symbolic, no matter when it is, of things that go on in the world. I think it's pretty well documented. ER, emergency rooms tend to be busier and having more, people coming in with problems on the full moon. It's not anything we don't really know about. So then you add into that the fact that this is Halloween. And what are we supposed to be doing on Halloween? Well, we're ultimately dealing with the end of summer, the growing cycle, the harvest has been brought in, we've done our canning and baking and freezing and this and that, preparing for the winter. And so now is the time of descent, that moving into the darkest day, which is on the winter solstice. And so we're if we are in alignment with the cycles of nature, then that's what we want to be doing, is pulling in from all the extroverting and outer focus, and also all the hard work that goes on through the rest of the year. The planting and, the cleaning up after the winter, and then the planting, and then the harvest, and then everything else. This is really a time of rest where we want to be turning our attention within and thinking about the ancestors, about those who have passed, and also looking in to our own darkness, that is the undigested emotional complexes that lie around like ghosts and demons and scary things in our own unconscious. So one of the best ways to, let's say, attend to the ritual of Halloween is to do that kind of self-reflection. What are the scary things that we need to now be paying attention to as we prepare to go to the underworld, this descent to the underworld to await the return of the light at the winter solstice or after the winter solstice. Interestingly, Prometheus is the bearer of light. And I wonder, Jason, do you have the cover of your book? I just love the image of the The hand. Yes, there it is. So maybe you could talk about that a little bit, Jason. What is the meaning of that? The bringer of light. Prometheus, the bringer of light.
Well, specifically, and thank you for asking, I'll just be quick since we only have you and the wonderful Semigog for a brief time. And that's just that Prometheus, as I've rewritten him, Prometheus Ithelia, is bringing forth the new light, the light that fills us with the spirit of our creation. We refer to this as the spirit of the West. It's what shines through all of us. And the closer we come to tapping into that power, the closer we come to accessing our true potentials. What prevents us from accessing those potentials? Primarily now, there are going to be normal obstacles if we were born even into a healthy world, from how close we come to that originating power, that transformative power. But primarily the problem right now, of course, are the mean pathogens which we are infected with over the course of our lives. And the idea, as I shared even with some of these people who are not very recently, who are not yet going free, but may well do so in the near future, is that these ideas, if we took the same exact ideas and even a fraction of them and were to teach them to any of the non-white races, and it have the victimizer in these stories, the ne'er-do-well in these stories, be their peoples. Everybody agreed with me, and every sane person would, that this would absolutely inhibit their ability, the children of any one of these races, to achieve their potentials and to become who they have the possibility to become, and to achieve the things that they really have the potential to achieve. And so there's a healing to it in that we can come again to understand who and what we are. And then there's a transformative nature to it. And this is on the individual level. Communally, there is a transformative nature for our entire society, for an entire family. I guess starting from the individual to the family, there's a transformative nature there. And then from the family to the community to a country, and then to a nation, our people, one nation with many countries. So there is the coming forth, this new light, and this is what the anti-whites can't stop. They've been able to stop everything else heretofore because there hasn't been something as powerful and with the ability to be in all places at all times as the light, a transformative light, in this case, the spirit of the West, as it speaks to each and every one of us and our people.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this whole idea of transformation and change, some of these themes that Laura Lee was bringing up when she talked about Uranus. There's the whole shamanic idea, which is a little more straightforward, but it's certainly mythic, and we see it in any number of cultures. The idea is that in order to gain a certain type of new and special knowledge unique to the shaman or whatever, there is often this theme of descent into the underworld. Now the Jungians will tie that to ideas of the unconscious and the rest, but there's a consistent theme of it, and very often this journey, this quest, this trip people take to acquire this new knowledge entails a kind of dismemberment, sometimes literally described, in mythopoeic terms, as being dismembered, and the idea is that the person is torn apart, but then some new element is added, and there is a reassembling with this new component about which this new understanding and identity is developed. So perhaps we're seeing a scene much like a Saturnalia, where everything is turned upside down, and to pull from different mythic metaphor patterns, so to speak. The society is being torn apart in a certain fashion. And let us hope that it is so that some new kernel of understanding can be introduced and the whole can be re-knit in some fashion that won't be quite so unhealthy, to Jason's point of mean pathogens.
Well said.
Do you see that, Laura Lee? To go back to the spirit of Oliver's original question, do you see a silver lining throughout all the madness that is apparently going on right now?
My take on it from a mythic perspective is that we are undergoing the kind of equivalent of the War of the Titans. And this has been played out over the course of the year with the involvement of Jupiter, whose Greek name is Zeus, and Saturn, whose Greek name is Kronos, and Pluto, whose Greek name is Hades, the god of the underworld. And the interesting thing about Prometheus, the Greek myth of Prometheus, is that Prometheus was the god who defied the ruling order of Zeus and stole the sacred fire and brought it to humanity out of his compassion for the suffering of the humans who had no fire. So they had no heat and no light. So Prometheus, out of his compassion, approached Zeus and begged that he provide the humans with fire. Zeus, in his fear that if the humans had fire, they would become more powerful than the gods, refused. And so began the journey of Prometheus, his suffering. So he was punished as a result of stealing the sacred fire, even though he helped Zeus win the war against the Titans so that Zeus could become the chief Olympian god. So I think this is an interesting theme that we can look at, and in the light of Jason's work on Prometheus, because it kind of falls along what I mentioned earlier of these themes that run through the unconscious for millennia. So we aren't Greeks. We don't live in that era. But these themes take on different characters, different costumes over the course of history. And because you all know, and I don't know if you do, Oliver, but I've done a lot of work on the Lord of the Rings as the myth for our time. And I think the theme of kingship is very much involved with all of this. And what is conscious kingship is not a matter of some guy who takes control and owns all the power and orders everybody else around. That is not kingship. Kingship in this deeper sense is one who is a steward of their own realm. So you first have to master your own realm, your own internal realm, emotional business, and then from there you take care of your immediate world, your family, your business, so on and so forth. And then if you are recognized as a leader amongst your peers, well, then you are called upon to rise to your greatness and step up and be a king and do what needs to be done. And that does not mean claiming the ring of power and keeping everyone else subject to your power.
Yes, it seems to entail, in a considerable extent, self-sacrifice. There's the theme
Definitely.
you see with the Arthurian legends. You can take that back to some of Fraser's work about, this vegetative cycle and, the rebirth that's tied to the seasons. The land and the king are one, and,
Right.
the idea of the grail and the unhealth of the land. You can also see it with the idea of Prometheus himself, punished by being chained to a rock in the high Caucasus,
Exactly.
and having his liver ripped out. What is it, daily?
Daily.
Which should suggest to us that this old Southern saying, "No good deed goes unpunished,"
That's right.
might have some truth to it. And Laura Lee, just as a little parting statement here, if you're into Jung, I don't know if you know of John Weir Perry.
Absolutely.
Yes, his Lord of the Four Quarters on the idea of kingship is second only to The Far Side of Madness, which is another excellent
Yes.
book by him.
Oh, Far Side of Madness is one of my favorite books. Yeah. Yeah, John Weir Perry's stuff is excellent. But so here's the sort of prophetic aspect of what's to come. And that is this approaching winter solstice, because we have Jupiter and Saturn actually entering into the sign of Aquarius, the myth of Prometheus, right on the summer solstice. Within a couple of days, these two planets line up and they move out of the sign of Capricorn, which deals with the economic, political, and social structures of the world. So this is where the war has been going on, the war of the Titans, this war of control over the material world. And now this shift, or at least on the solstice, this shift into the Promethean myth. So I think it is a positive sign for all of us as men and women of the West. But before we get there, we are facing what I like to equate to the battle at the Black Gate in The Lord of the Rings. And we've got it coming up in the next few days. And then a few days after the election, we will have a Jupiter-Pluto conjunction. So there's Zeus and Hades battling it out for a solid week. And then a new moon in Scorpio. Scorpio is the sign of the underworld and death for the purpose of rebirth. So it's not over yet, right? We're facing this major event, and I think that we should all be prepared for a lot of poop to hit the fan in the next few weeks. But something is shifting on the solstice, and so I would just say stay tuned. Let's all just be watching for what comes after the darkest day, what emerges. And it's 3 days after the winter solstice, the sun then begins to gain time as it approaches the spring equinox. And so there's that sort of time of waiting after the solstice. And if we all think about the mythology of Prometheus, the god who defies the ruling order, who stands up against evil, the anti-life force, then we can be inspired by that, and it can awaken in us at the personal level a new kind of spirit that really can carry us into the next phase, whatever that might be, because we're also dealing with this Uranian sort of influence, which is sudden and unexpected, and we don't know what's going to happen. Uranus rules things like lightning, electricity, volcanoes, and earthquakes, all of those kinds of things that appear to be sudden and unexpected, but which are really a result of stress and tension that has built up over thousands of years. So there's all this stress and tension that is building up, and then boom, there's like an earthquake or a volcano, and it looks like it just happens in the moment, but it's really something that's been building up. And then there's that breakthrough to the other side, so to speak. Uranus also rules the contractions that push the baby down the birth canal. So we're dealing with a force of nature that moves life along, but in a way that is, unexpected. And as little human beings, we kind of don't like that, do we? Wouldn't it be nice if everything was just sort of nice and going along, and when it changes, you get a nice period of time to adapt and do the next thing? But that's not the way Uranus operates. It literally blows the doors off and destroys the house and then leaves the pile of rubble. But out of that rubble, we build the new world, just like out of a volcano flows all this lava, and it makes a big mess of everything, but it's actually extremely rich in nutrients, and so it can grow a whole new reality.
Yeah.
Even a spice island with the richest and most aromatic of plants, which suggests, as many of the spice islands are of course volcanic, but it suggests that in the end, you should definitely, so to speak, trust in God, but in the meantime, perhaps also keep your powder dry.
Yeah, well said.
Tie up your camel.
We have a few people in the chat saying, finally on tap, Legolas and Galadriel meet.
Oh, very good.
I love it. Oh my God, that's good. Yeah. So that's kind of my overview of things. If you'd like me to go a little bit deeper into any of that, I'd sure be happy to. But yeah.
Well,
any other questions or questions from the
sounds
audience?
like what you're saying is, even if things are a little bumpy or a little sideways after the election, we might have a nice surprise Christmas present in store.
I don't know that I would use the word nice. I think that conjures up, oh, well, it's all going to be okay. We're just going to kind of return to some sort of normal. And actually, I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and as Heraclitus observed, you cannot step twice into the same river.
Yeah.
There is no going back.
No. And
well, I meant
it
more
wouldn't
that
be
it's
good to go back.
That it's for something positive.
Mm-hmm. Well, new life is ultimately positive, I guess, because it's life, but it opens up a whole new dimension of things that have to be dealt with. It's like in Lord of the Rings, after the battle at the Black Gate, which was, it was close, right? They barely made it, but it launched the new age of men. So I like to contemplate what that might mean for our time. What would or could the new age of men and women, of course, be like for us now at this time in human history?
Bearing in mind that birth events are bloody and that children come out screaming and squalling. And it's a time of trial. But eventually they settle down, and apparently they begin to dribble and gurgle and smile charmingly. So,
Yeah, exactly.
It's a matter of waiting patiently, right?
Mm-hmm. And observing and adapting and tending to the life force while being aware that there is an anti-life force. And Jason, what you describe as the anti-white agenda, I would say is contained within the anti-life force, that this anti-life force, this evil, it's going for everybody. It's not just coming for white people. This thing is going for all that is green and good in this world. And it is essential for all of us, I believe, to have a more sophisticated understanding of evil. And I think you nailed it, Jason, with this meme pathogen idea, because as I was really thinking about this whole business of evil, for decades, trying to drill down into, like, what exactly is this thing? And what I came to, and I didn't know the term meme pathogen, but I kept thinking, well, it's an infection of the mind. And even worse than that, it's an infection of the imagination. So this infection has captured the mind, let's call it the left brain, as well as the right brain. And this makes it, I would say, somewhat more complicated, in that we need to understand that these pathogens can enter into the imaginal, enter into our imaginal life in a way that we, for the most part, and well, most people, just have no idea what's going on. And they find themselves believing in things and stories and narratives that have been implanted in them.
Yeah, there's a very interesting book. I don't know if you know it, Laura Lee, but I'd recommend it to everyone who is into such things. It's called Eros and Magic in the Renaissance. It's by a Romanian scholar named Ioan Culianu, who escaped from Romania when it was, doing quite badly under Ceausescu and, the Securitate and stuff. He escaped to Italy. He was a brilliant scholar, so he got picked up by schools there. He eventually went to Leiden University in the Netherlands, and then got brought to the U.S. under the famous, what's his name, Mircea Eliade, at the University of Chicago. Later, he was murdered. The Romanians were sent, some Romanian assassin was sent and blew his head off in the University of Chicago bathroom. But he did a book called Eros and Magic in the Renaissance, and in it, in addition to looking at things about the art of memory and the rest, he explores this idea of sort of imaginal infection, as you put it. I note the use of the term imaginal, going back to Henri Corbin. But there's this notion of an illness that comes in through the eye, and it infects the interior of the soul, the Aristotelian common sense that is filled with all the images of the soul, so to speak. And it quite fits with what you're talking about. One of the examples he uses is from a medieval medical manual that talks about amor erois, which is a kind of all-consuming love that takes over a man when the image of a woman gets in his interior, so to speak, and absorbs everything. And the chapter is entitled, How a Woman Who Is So Large May Enter Through the Eye of a Man Which Is So Small. And, the image apparently enters, and he goes into all this stuff about Stoic theories, about the pneuma and the rest, but the image of the female, the beloved of this male, enters through the tiny little pinhole in his eye and takes up residence within him. And according to the spiritual psychological theories, if you put it in quotes in terms of psychology, given that that was not developed at that time. However, these ideas were very sophisticated, and given these ideas of the time, the image of the female would enter the mind. It would take over the imaginal atrium of the common sense, where images are formed as synesthetic wholes, and this image would begin to devour everything around it. And so the only hope that these thinkers at that time had for a man like that was either that he could be turned away from his madness, somehow directed towards some other thing, not to pine away about this woman, or the sort of secret idea that goes with troubadours and ideas of courtly love and the rest was somehow that the female would in return have the male's image take up residence with her in her imaginal, and so that each would carry the opposite, kind of like the little dots in the business of the yin and yang, each, each being the seed of its opposite, and that they could somehow continue to exist in that way. But generally, the prognosis was not good. I didn't bring this up because I wanted to get specifically into the business of love or unreciprocated love or illness from lovesickness or the rest. It's more important, and this is what Culianu drags out in this book and establishes, is that a lot of these ideas about the imaginal, about art of memory, about images, and intentionally placing them within people's psyches got picked up in a long chain of events through people he stops to consider, for example, Giordano Bruno, and through these people up through the Renaissance. And he looks at the Reformation and Counter-Reformation as being a war in and over the imaginal realm. But he arrives finally with the spin doctors, PR people, and advertising folks of today, who intentionally use these images in ways designed to manipulate and control the population. So I realize this is a big span of that I've just covered here, but the point is, this idea of the imagery, it comes to the present, and he sets forth this idea. Remember, this is someone who escaped from communist Romania and was later murdered in the West, likely by Securitate operatives. He suggests that we foolishly think about the police state, which rigidly uses things to enforce and control, and that ever since the time of this imaginal war and the development of these techniques in the West for imaginal manipulation, that we have been contending mostly instead with something we do not even see, which is a magician state, which stands behind the scenes and shapes our perceptions and our direction in ways that we're not consciously aware of. And I think that is where much of this battle that you're talking about will be fought, battle in quotes perhaps, as well as in the streets and the rest. Perhaps we will free ourselves from these meme pathogens, from this imaginal infection, from this, entry into the common sense of our soul of an image that begins to take over and control and absorb everything in a way that is certainly not healthy.
That is great. Yeah,
Well
thank
said.
you
That
so
is
much
why-
for that. I will definitely look
That
into
is
that
wh-
book.
That is why we deal in the realm of the imaginal,
Mhm.
doing creative work, cultural work, language work. So that is why we do what we do, everybody. And please do share it, because sometimes it sells a little more slowly, but surely, but slowly, than just getting up here, reading the news and saying, oh, look at that, things are so bad, or look at this hypocrisy for the 393rd time, or just gossip about other people in the spheres, quote unquote. We are doing something different here. Me, Jason, this community, intelligent guests like the two people on the screen, and many of our friends and colleagues. So we have to be the algorithm. Everyone, please share this stuff. We are here to have a fun, light Halloween night, but it was fascinating to hear the two of you. I think the two of you should get on a stream together at some point.
I'd love it.
I'm very glad that we were able to make your introduction on this fateful Halloween night. And I do say to everyone in the chat, my perspective, as always, is this stuff is interesting, and there are certainly powerful forces to contend with, but you stay sovereign first and foremost in what you have control in your own mind, your own spirit. That is where you have reign over. You're the king or queen of your own life. First and foremost, that's where it starts. But having said that, Laura Lee, Oliver, if you could just quickly tell people where they can find you. And then Jason and I need to have a little time to ourselves to catch up on Super Chats. Jason is going to tell us his spine-tingling real-life ghost story. I have a little performance for us on the 200th anniversary of the publication of Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And then we have our next guest scheduled for 8:45 Eastern. So, Laura Lee, ladies first, just quickly tell people where they can find you, and I'm sure we will speak to you soon, dear. Thank you for your time.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Well, best place to get in touch with me is my website. And rather than just spell it all out, maybe you guys could just leave it somewhere in the chat and this and that, and that would make it easier. But this has been wonderful. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you, Oliver. It would be lovely to have further chats with you. You're just so knowledgeable, and I'm very interested in your work on signs and language and things of that nature. So maybe we can connect at some point. And of course, the great Jared and Jason and all your wonderful work. It's such a pleasure to know you and to be a part of all of this.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. My pleasure to speak with you, Laura Lee. And yeah, we should do something in future. I think it would be very interesting, depth psychology and all the rest. Jason, Jared, thank you very, very much for having me on. It's a pleasure as always. In terms of finding me, you can find me under Semiogogue, as it is written here under my, as my name on my little thumbnail here. You can find that on YouTube, on BitChute, and then you can also find me on Twitter, on Minds, on Gab, on Parler, and the rest. But it's really Twitter and YouTube are the focus. BitChute is a backup. So you can find me there. Thank you very, very much again.
And to Laura Lee's point, I just put Laura Lee's website in the chats on DLive and YouTube. And as always, if someone is listening in replay on nowhiteguilt.org, on thegreatorder.com, or our shared site, theafterparty.tv, All the guest links will be there on the post. Everything is meticulously cataloged on our sites for posterity. We do ask that you bookmark our sites. They are way more secure than social media, although they still come under attack, as we saw Jason's was under attack this week. But we're getting them back up nice and stronger than ever before. And both of these wonderful people have been on streams with us many times in the past. So especially if you're new to them and are interested in some of the things they had to say tonight, again, please do go to our sites, type their names in the search bar, and you will see the other times we've spoken to them in the past. But we bid you a good night. Thank you for sharing your time with us, and we'll talk to both of you very soon.
Yes, indeed. Thank you both.
All
Happy
right.
Halloween.
Thank you, and may the Promethean spirit continue to rise.
Amen to that. Good lady.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, Mr. George.
Well, we have half an hour until our next esteemed guest.
We have half an hour. Well, let's. I'm eager to hear from you. I want to hear what you have to share.
We have plenty to do. Why don't we do this? I'll do my brief reading, a little bit from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. Then why don't you tell me if we have any super chats, and then of course we want to hear your ghost story. I've had the pleasure of hearing this a couple of times. It's always a tale that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Jason is quite the raconteur, is a great storyteller. But as for me, just to start with, I have this old edition from my youth.
Jared, do you want me to show these images that you sent me, or now, or when, later?
Well, yeah, why don't I read it first, and
Okay.
then we can do that. I'll give a little more context after I've read it.
Okay.
But I'm just going to read a little bit. As a lot of you may know, this is an American tale, but the author, Washington Irving, is American, but wrote it while touring Europe. He was in England, I believe, and was published 1820, so 200 years ago. This is the 200th anniversary Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And I'm just going to read a little bit from it. As many of you may know, the main character is Ichabod Crane. He is a schoolmaster who has come to the little town of Sleepy Hollow, a hamlet in Tarrytown, New York, on the Hudson River. And there is a story of a ghostly rider he encounters one fateful night. So this is towards the end of the story. I'm just going to read a little passage to set the mood. And then, as Jason said, we'll share a couple of images. I'll give a little more context about the story and its geographical significance after I'm done reading. But here we go. I'll just share this for all of you for a moment. So again, this is when the character Ichabod Crane is out at night, schoolmaster in a new town, and he encounters this figure that he's been hearing about, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen, black and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom, like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveler. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late, and besides, what chance was there of escaping, ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He repeated his demand in a still more agitated voice. Still, there was no answer. Once more, he cudgeled the sides of the inflexible gunpowder, his horse, and shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervor into a psalm tune. Just then, the shadowy object of alarm put itself in motion, and with a scramble and a bound, stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of the old gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, now quickened his steed in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavored to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue cloved to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for. On mounting a rising ground, which brought the figure of his fellow traveler in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested on his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of the saddle. His terror rose to desperation, but rained a shower of kicks and blows upon old Gunpowder, hoping, by a sudden movement, to give his companion the slip. But the spectre started full jump with him. Away then they dashed through the thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long, lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. And therein is the chase. You'd have to read the rest of the story to see how it turns out. But a little passage from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. So as I said, yes.
I was just saying, let's get a huge round of raucous emojis from Mr. George in that reading. And now as I think about this, it was absolutely splendidly read, brother. I was melting into this story. Everything you were reading, your cadence, the volume, the change in pitch, absolutely I thought was perfect. And I was sinking into this, seeing all of this imagery, and the horror of it was mounting, as though this could be something real, that you could be. I was on that trail. I was on that horse, and being chased by that monster, this demon, headless, the head on the pommel of the horse. Absolutely brilliantly read. And now I wonder how much therapy will Mr. George's children, when he has them, need after he reads this story,
especially dressed like this. Thank you for those comments. I couldn't help think of you with that word pertinacious. That's a very no white guilt word, pertinacious, in there. It's something that I feel like would be in your vocabulary. I know that HB 2014 would comment on that. He always remarks when he learns a new 10-cent word from you. But if you want to share the images, the thing is, Sleepy Hollow was not actually a hamlet within Tarrytown, New York, until after this story. But as I said, it was published in 1820, so we're on the 200th anniversary, in a series that Washington Irving was doing. As mentioned, he's American, but was traveling in Europe, and it was published while he was in England. And Jason, as I know we've discussed a couple of years ago on past streams, some speculate that even though it was set back in the Northeast of the United States where he was from, that Washington Irving, being in Europe, was influenced by old European tales of headless riders. A lot of those in European lore from different areas of Europe. The Doulahan stories, something I know I had mentioned, I think we discussed a little bit, from Ireland, particularly one strong example of headless riders. So there was precedent. But yeah, it was published in 1820. It took place in 1790, though, because the lore of this headless rider was that he had his head shot off in an unnamed Revolutionary War battle, and that this was what was behind it. But a very popular tale, especially in the northeastern U.S. and Sleepy Hollow, New York, this hamlet within Tarrytown, where this all takes place. Originally Dutch settlements, a lot of original Dutch immigrants travelers settlers over to the United States in that area along the Hudson River. Very big lore in these parts of the Northeast, but they have a wonderful celebration now. They really take Halloween seriously. I'd like to make it over there, but I shared some pictures. If you can, are you able to screen share those? That in Sleepy Hollow.
Well, I even loaded them up, so here we go.
They do the great jack-o'-lantern blaze. So this is in Sleepy Hollow, New York. They've really ran with this story. So they fully embrace this legend of Sleepy Hollow, how it's become such a part of American lore. Obviously, there's been a few film adaptations. We know there was a recent one. I don't know if it was the late 90s or early 2000s. If you guys remember, there was a Tim Burton with Johnny Depp version. There's been a few film adaptations. I know the high school there in Tarrytown is even called the Horsemen, is the name of their athletic team.
Nice.
Their teams at the high school. So they fully embrace it, but you can see that they really go all out. It's quite the festivity over in that town, in Tarrytown. Well, Sleepy Hollow, the hamlet within Tarrytown, along the Hudson in New York. And it's just it's a wonderful legend. My brother and I, it has a special place in our hearts too, actually, Jason. When we were kids, my parents would take us hiking, and especially at this time of year, when we'd be walking through the woods, my little brother would get on my back, and I'd be the horse, and he'd put his like a hoodie over himself so you couldn't see his head, and we'd ride around and run around with my brother on my back, and he'd say he was the headless horseman.
Oh, cool.
I'm sure my parents got a kick out of that, but you could see how they go all out for this jack-o'-lantern blaze over there.
That's really amazing. What a great story and memory from your youth, and these images that you've shared with us. This one I like the best. This is magnificent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot on there if you guys search online. Maybe something other than Google. We recommend maybe DuckDuckGo or Swiss Cows or another more friendly or at least more neutral kind of search engine, but you can find some very interesting pictures that people take from the great jack-o'-lantern blaze in Sleepy Hollow.
Beautiful. Well, that is really marvelous. Great memory. What a magnificent reading. We have some comments here. Let's jump on over to Entropy. We have the great Mrs. Jess Horst having a wonderful night tonight. I hope, my dear lady, with your wonderful children, and financially gifting $3 on Entropy and writing here, Happy Halloween. Well, big happy Halloween to you as well.
Happy Halloween.
We have also, I'm going to have to see how much, I have to jump into the back end and see if I can find out exactly how much the great Sakis, Promethean Epoch, financially gifted. Let's see if I can see, if it'll let me see. I don't know. It's not coming up right now, but he financially gifted something. So we thank you, brother, and wrote here with that financial gift, from the darkness to the light. This is from some of my writings. From the darkness to the light, from the shadows and the fright, to your king, to your fate, to your glory and the fight. That's out of Prometheus Rising. Thank you so much, Sakis, our dear good brother, doing marvelous things. And thank you very much for that financial gift. We'll find out what it is, and we'll mention it before the end of the show. And we also have over here on Cash App, Sakis Promethean Epoch says it was $5. Well, thank you so very much, good brother. And of course, we played in to prepare everybody for the show tonight. We played the commercial, the audio commercial, and it was truly glorious. Thank you so much for all of your hard work on Crucible, brother. We have over here financially gifting the great, one of our great participants, 41 BMC, who financially gifted $20 tonight. Thank you so much, brother. And writes here, have a happy and Promethean Halloween. Oh, I like that. Have a happy and Promethean Halloween. $20 from our good friend and participant, hero extraordinaire, 41 BMC, and another hero extraordinaire, Mr. George's Sloths here on Cash App, financially gifting $5 and saying, as we are wont to say, everything he wanted to say to the anti-whites with those $5 US, knowing that they will be put to good use. Now, over here on the question widget, we have any folks, if you have any questions, you got to tag Mr. George or myself quickly, because I think we are, we're almost at 8:30. Well, we have to 8. So what was it? 45, Jared?
Yeah, but we need probably at least a good 10 minutes for your story, right?
Yeah. Well,
it's not the kind of thing it should be rushed.
That's true. That's true.
So we need to get to the story pronto.
Okay. We hyphenate it sometimes to make it.
We can always get back to super chats, of course. We know our guest at 8:45, I think, has a narrow window, so we need to keep on time.
We need to be on there. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have in the question widget really quickly, just 2 questions. Looks like Kelt is asking, what is your marketing strategy for your ideas? And do you know your lore? What is the nearest monster? What does it look like and do? I like the question. Maybe we'll get back to both of those questions. Don't delete them.
Yeah. Tell us who the Virginia equivalent of the Headless Horseman would be. One of your closer, more regional lores. We could tell us that later.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we'll think about that. I remember the Headless Horseman was as popular down here as probably as it was for you all.
Oh yeah.
Where you grew up. I mean, yeah, that was quite the story. That was the Halloween staple. You could not. It was de rigueur. You had to have the Headless Horseman story. Yeah. You had to read that or see that in.
As I mentioned, the Headless Rider is something that goes back to a lot of European lore. So maybe that's why. Why it's something, because it was that before it was something from America. So maybe it transcends any kind of American regionalism.
That's absolutely. Yeah. I could see that being the case.
As I said, Washington Irving was in Europe when he wrote that and published that 200 years ago. And there's speculation he was influenced by being in Europe and maybe hearing about these stories like the Dullahan legend from Ireland. And there's Headless Rider has certain crossover with the Wild Hunt, of course, the Nordic Wild Hunt in many Germanic cultures. So there's others as well. So there's a lot of antecedents to that Headless Rider motif. Yeah,
and that's really fascinating. I'll have to look into those. Regrettably, I don't know of them. But of our Headless Horseman here, I do know indeed. All right, I will put the hat on to tell my ghost story.
Everyone, buckle in for the
ghost.
Annual Jason Köhne ghost story. I always look forward to this. So get your tea, get your coffee, get your warm drink, get cozy, and settle in for a little while and listen to our friend Jason Köhne weave his tale as he masterfully does.
Well, I'll do my damnedest. We'll see how we do here. But essentially, this tale begins. I should have had like campfire sound or something. Jason ran out the ghost, writes Hyperborean Dream. No, I'm afraid not. But this I will tell you. I will begin by saying that I am, as you all know, very scientifically minded, keeping an eye on the clock as we count down, very scientifically minded. And yet I am open to things that we haven't proven scientifically yet. We are still trying to measure. Perhaps one day we will have tools to measure such things, but I'm pragmatic. So I'm not wont to believe just that there is a ghost here or a demon there that will vex you in the middle of the night, or that could vex you in the middle of the night. But I'm also human. Let me see if I turn this down and I'll raise it a bit and we'll see if it changes the sound, if it gets any better. But you all can let me know. I was working for a company where I was sent to holdings of theirs that were in the red. And I was tasked with bringing back profitability to those holdings. And they would set me up with a place to live while I was working on any particular holding. And in this one case, they set me up with this. They told me, this is going to be glorious, Jason. You're really going to love this. We have leased for you a Victorian mansion in the center of this downtown. And I thought, my gosh, I'm one person. What sense does this make? But I think they wanted to have parties, because they told me, just think about all the grand parties you'll be able to throw in this Victorian mansion. And it was clearly the parties that they wanted to throw because I didn't throw parties. I wasn't that kind of person, still not that kind of person, a big partying person. They drove me over. One of the owners drove me over to this place. And I felt like I had been driven right onto the set of Hollywood's next horror thriller. The home could not have looked more haunted. You could tell by the look of it from the street, that it had at one point in its life been glorious to behold. It had the good bones, as architects and real estate agents and those who refurbish homes are wont to say. But it was dilapidated. The yard was overgrown. Brambles littered the front yard, the gate, the brick walls. The windows, though tall, maybe 8 feet, were dark, like eyes staring out at you on the street, taunting you to come in to your demise. And we walked up to this house, this grand front door, and he unlocked it, and we swung the door open, and it creaked, it crepitated with horrors from decades past, just as a home in Hollywood horror thriller is wont to do, is meant to do. We stepped inside on the wood floors, battered, and yet still in their battered state glorious, like a senior citizen that had achieved great renown and glory in their life. You could still see the victories in their eyes, even though their bodies had long been past those victories. There were magnificent fireplaces, almost as above my waist, of course, maybe chest height. As I say, the walls were 10 feet at least in most rooms. There were several levels to the home, great rooms that every step you took creaked and echoed off these blank walls, and long, narrow hallways. And the owner talked about how it was this beautiful place and had so much could be done in it. And I saw, in fact, something that was ruined and needed a lot of love and money and care to be brought back to its long past and long dead beauty. But I also thought it kind of amusing, kind of funny, because it was so damn scary. And I set up in one of the rooms down a long hallway near the kitchen. And this was a long, narrow hallway. There were numerous doors off this hallway, probably half as wide as the hallway in your home is right now. And every night there were whispers. Every night there were sounds, movements in this old mansion. And I would get to thinking that maybe this were people who had come in and they were hiding. They were secreted in some closet, some colossal closet somewhere in the house, one of the commodious rooms. And I would walk up the stairs, would creak every step of the way, and it felt like the railing itself was looking at me, and the big chandelier covered in cobwebs leered down on me as I would walk through this very dimly lit home. And then I would reach these rooms and there would be nothing there. The whispering, the moment I would get there, would cease. And I would peer around the corners, look into the closets. I would call out to see if anybody was present, and nobody ever answered. And one night, when I was making some dinner for myself after a long day at work, I was in the kitchen and I heard sounds coming up through the floor of the kitchen in the basement. And I thought that there must be rodents, as some large rodent perhaps. These were big noises, big sounds, voices, things being bumped around. And I had only ever peered down into the basement from a couple of times while living there. I'm checking the clock right now. And so I decided I had to go down to check out what was going on in the basement. The sounds were so loud that I thought that this must be a homeless person or people in the basement. So I descended the stairs. I flipped on the lights. In each one of these steps creaked and moaned with every step, warning me, threatening horrors beyond every corner. And the basement was very different from my bedroom that I had chosen, which wasn't significantly or spectacularly appointed. In fact, there was very little in there. I had an aero bed. But what I did have was a very large, beautiful walk-in closet that was directly across from my aero bed. The closet was so large that it easily ate all of my clothing. And within the center of the closet was an ironing board that folded down from the wall. There was actually a latch, and the ironing board could be set down, and you could iron right in the middle of this closet. It was so capacious. The basement, on the other hand, was dank. It was dark, lit by sallow lights hanging meekly from the ceiling, and furniture in the basement covered with sheets and dust from decades of disuse. You could tell the outlines of some of these sheets, what they were: standing mirrors, trunks, dressers. And I moved through the basement with a very weak light of my own, looking into the corners to see if I could find what the noise was, hollering out to what I thought had to be a homeless person or people in the basement. And after a sweep through the basement, so I'm watching the clock right now, I saw that everything was in place. Everything was as it should be. So I went back, sure that this had been just some noises that old homes make, as had been the whispering and the creaking, the crepitating from other nights. And then, while standing in the kitchen and making what I would eat back then, which would be a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, long before I had the good diet I had today, again, I heard the sounds in the basement. Voices this time, I was certain. So now I thought, with a laugh to myself, either this place is haunted, or I'm going crazy, or there are actually crazy people down there. Maybe somehow there's a giant hole. Whatever the sounds, had to be a raccoon, something quite large. So I went back to the basement, and I remember swinging the door open to the basement and it creaking with every millimeter, flipping the lights on, the dust still hanging in the air in that sallow light of the basement. I descended again, and this time I did like the police. I yelled into the basement, "I can see you. I know where you are. Come out." It was clear that it had to be people in the basement from the sounds, the voices. And I walked into the basement, pulling up sheets, uncovering, throwing them off, and dust clouding into the air, throwing them off of mirrors and dressers and trunks, trying to stir up anything, animal or human. And again, there was nothing in the basement. There was, however, a light in the basement that I could, if left on from the kitchen, I could see, which had been, right down into the basement, which had been just a dark, yawning maw looking up at me, taunting me every time the sounds came up from the basement. I thought that if there had been something down there, it would have been looking up at me from the darkness, me lit in the kitchen and it dark in the basement. So this time I left the light on as I ascended the stairs and went back to the kitchen. And as I stood there eating my PBJ, I heard the sounds again, the voices, and I froze. I held my breath, and then I lowered myself, my eye, as close as I could to that crack in the floor to look into the basement. That is when I saw the movement of a shadow. So I leapt up to my feet and laughing again, thinking this is absurd. There can't be demons in this house. There can't be ghosts. This has to be my imagination. It has to be a homeless person. It has to be something that is explicable. And I rushed down into the basement. And I called out again, I can see you. Come out from the darkness. Stop hiding. Stop playing these games. And I went from corner to corner. And again, there was nothing but the silence. Just this deafeningly loud silence in the basement. When I ascended the stairs the third time, I had decided that I was about finished with my dinner. I locked the basement door just in case it had been homeless people or perhaps even an animal large enough to potentially get through the door, and went to my room. And I got in bed, and eventually, after lying in bed for what seemed like an eternity, with this one giant window 8 feet tall in my room, black with no curtains staring down at me, and my closet directly across from me, where I could see the ironing board latched against the wall, I finally fell asleep. And in the very early morning hours, this is the end of the tale, in the very, very early morning hours, I awoke on my back, and there was a pinkish blue hue that was just beginning to come through that great 8 foot tall window to my right. And that is when I discovered that I couldn't move. Only my eyes could move in my head. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't move my torso. My bedroom door was open, and I had a knowing stronger than the knowing I have right now that I'm speaking to all of you, that something was standing in the hall and was on the verge of sliding its head just around the corner where I could see it. And as that something got closer to the doorway, a thought, a distant thought, began to flutter, I say like a butterfly from my past, somewhere in the recesses of my mind. And there was a race between the thought in the recesses of my mind floating back to me and the thing that I knew was about to creep around the corner in the semi-darkness of my bedroom. And then finally, before the thing could slip its head around the doorway, the thought came into view. And with all the willpower I had, I reached out and grabbed it. And it was a memory of something I had read from many years ago about a condition called sleep paralysis. And that is when you wake, but you are not actually fully awake. Your body is still paralyzed. And I thought, I've got to wake myself before this thing comes around the corner of the door. So I concentrated all of my attention on bringing my right hand up, using my right hand. And the race then transferred from recalling the thought to what was beyond the doorway. And that's when I felt something grappling at my face. And for a moment of split terror, split moment of what is actually pure terror, I was then relieved to discover that it was my own fingers. It was my hand I had brought to my face. And within a moment, I suddenly came to, and I sat up bolt upright on my arrow bed, and the feeling that something that was beyond the door was suddenly gone. And the light was now getting brighter. The pinkish hue was becoming golden through the great window in the bedroom. And I began to recover from what was clearly just a terrible dream from the night before, inspired from the night before, until I looked up into the closet and saw that the ironing board that I had left latched up against the wall was now in the horizontal position. Even as a pragmatic man who's always looking for the answers to such things, I gathered up my things. I stomped the air out of the aero bed. I made my way to the kitchen with arms full of clothing and aero bed and shoes, everything else I could gather. And I grabbed, I think it was maybe a carton of milk out of the fridge. I left everything else behind on the counter, silverware and all. And I went out to my car. I called the owner and I said, never again. I will sleep in the car until you get me a new place to live. I'm not going back into this place. I don't know if there are ghosts, but it sure as hell has scared the, let's say, the Sierra out of me. So I will now bring forward our great Tim Murdoch, who has been patiently waiting behind the scenes to join us, to tell us how he's doing and what he's doing. We know he's on a tight time schedule. Tim, brother, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Can you hear me okay?
You're fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I live streamed earlier tonight. Now I'm live streaming. I believe I have us up here on D Live. Usually I try to restream No White Guilt if at all possible. Let me make sure. Yeah, we are definitely restreaming No White Guilt up here on D Live. I was streaming earlier, of course, and that's how that goes. It's been a rough Halloween day. It's beautiful where I'm at, but it's been very, very busy. I caught the last part of your spooky story, and that sounds like a house you need to get out of.
It was, and that is a true story. Some people ask, was that true? It is a true story. And one of these days, maybe we'll go back and have another look to see if it's still in that dilapidated state. But thank you. And what's been going on, brother? What do you want to talk about while you're with us?
You have any ghost stories, real life ghost stories, Tim?
No, I think it was the ghost of the rabbit past or something in there. Haunting Jason. No, but I like your guys' get up. What is Jason? What are you, like Indiana Jones?
Zombie hunter. So.
You're a zombie hunter. That's kind of close. And then Jared is something scary. What are you, Frankenstein?
Skeleton.
You're a skeleton. Okay.
The makeup is...
You're kind of a dashing skeleton, though. You're kind of a fancy skeleton.
I can't help it, Tim.
He's a dandy skeleton. That's okay.
It's just who I am shining through.
Yeah, I'm me. I
can't be anything other than me.
I've been streaming myself up until 7, so I couldn't really pay attention to, and I've been running around doing family stuff, so I haven't really been paying attention to who was on, what guest was on, but I'm guessing it was a lot of good stuff. I have to go back and watch. But I don't know. I just ready for a week of chaos. I know in the financial services and whatnot, they're doubling margins and all kinds of stuff. So a lot of different modelers, they're not stupid people, of course. They're just looking to make money or not lose too much. And so those types are all banking on chaos, which isn't a bad thing. We outliers will go our direction. So we're looking for chaos, I guess. And I'm looking for a Trump win, that type of thing.
Are you looking for it, Tim, or are you expecting it?
No, I'm expecting it. I'm expecting it for 3 reasons. For 3 reasons. Actually, is it 2 or 3 reasons? No, 3 reasons. One,
you can tell us your reasons, and then we'll
sure.
Up.
Sure. One is a poll, a factual poll out of Israel, where I think it was 68.8% in consistent polling of the Jews in Israel want Trump to win. I think that's something that doesn't show up in our polls, but it may matter. Another reason is those same particular parties polled in Israel thought that almost 60% of them thought, it was like 58% or something, thought that the Jews in America were too liberal. And last but not least, Donald Trump has a town named after him in Israel. His opponent does not have a town named after him in Israel. And I think these factors in a close race will make a difference. I don't know how. That would be inappropriate for YouTube and stuff like that. You guys will have to search it and find out. Maybe go to BitChute or something. But I think that these little things that aren't coming up in the polls could mean something. You know, no one's polling. What does it mean to have a town named after you in Israel when you're running against an opponent in America who doesn't have a town named after him in Israel? These are just basic common sense type things that you learn over any given time in America may matter in elections, but that aren't really being, every factor I just gave you doesn't come up in our polls, but I guarantee you in a close rate, they will mean something. And I think another thing also is that a lot of people, I saw this pollster just on CNN, and not, I guess today, is from the Trafalgar Group, and he's making waves because he's predicting a big Trump win again. Well, there's a lot of close races, and one of the reasons his polling methodology is so questionable is because he takes into account in various different ways people that are afraid to talk about who they're voting for. And if you're afraid to talk about who you're voting for, you are most definitely 99 times out of 100 a Trump supporter.
Yes.
And he's taking into account this, and they called him into CNN and they put him on the spot about a lot of things. He had answers for everything. He was like, look, everyone watching this knows 2 or 3 people that are voting for Trump that don't want to talk about it. And if a pollster calls them, they ain't giving an answer. We taken that account of that, and you guys don't, and that's why you're wrong, and we're going to be right. And I do think that's a factor that's going to be more pronounced, and this group will do better and better as things become polarized. They've even done well calling Democrat candidates in surprise counties where Democrats have won, where maybe Democrat voters are like, well, it's a Republican stronghold. We're not saying who we're voting for. This type of thing can happen both ways. People can be afraid to talk about politics in a polarized society. And so I think based on his particular record, which has been ever since the polarization has occurred under Trump, and more so his record has been pretty much spotless. He has all these guys coming at his throat that he's, the smoke signals and witch doctoring and stuff like that. So I was kind of interested to see him on CNN, and he had answers for pretty much everything.
Well, that bodes well. We're definitely in for an interesting week, as we know, but your finger is always on the pulse, and it's always interesting to hear your take on things, Tim. Other than that, anything?
Just real quickly, I'll just say that I think it's called the Bradley effect. Actually, is what it's called when they, and it's especially true for those who are heretical when it comes to anti-whiteism, that they do not want to tell a poller calling that even though they are told that it is anonymous, and this goes back to that. I don't even remember, was it in the 80s? So even back then, people were worried that, hey, if they know my phone number, they're going to know who I am, and they're going to know that I have these heretical views. And so what they would actually say is that they're actually leaning toward the other candidate, the more anti-white candidate, or they're undecided still, rather than say who they are really interested in. But Mr. George, you were saying something.
No, I wasn't really saying much at all. Just seeing if Tim, I know, Tim, you're heavily focused on all this stuff. So that certainly suffices. But I was just giving you the floor if you wanted to share anything else of interest at this time of year, any Halloween memories or folklore around this time that means something to you.
I really like the fall. My favorite holidays are like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. So I really like the fall. I grew up in the Midwest, and today was like yesterday was super cold. Today was like a perfect sunny Halloween day with the leaves coming down. And it was a perfect day where I'm at for Halloween, and it's been a perfect night as well. Although I haven't, there are some neighbors that go really, really crazy for holidays. And I mean, one of them built a whole entire, I don't even want to be that explicit, a whole entire kind of like a theme on the front of his house, a Halloween theme with the whole entire, like his whole entire own little world. And they're coming around all the news stations and recording it. It's pretty funny stuff. But we've got some really neighbors that really, like, they start like 2 months early, and he works 3 or 4 hours after work setting stuff up, and no sooner than this is done, he'll take it down and start on Christmas. And it's like, have you ever seen the movie Christmas Vacation, where they turn on the lights and you can see him from a mile away? That's one of those type of guys. And I like the guy. I like the guy a lot. I don't want to put him too much on.
There's always that guy in the neighborhood. There's some very creative, maybe because of COVID and people having a little more time on their hands.
I call it being white, but
there's some overlap there. But I see to give the kids a little something extra, especially because it might be a different kind of Halloween for the kids. Some creative stuff in the front yards. I've driven around and seen some nice things. A beautiful day here where I am as well. The leaves seem to all fall today. Fall really hit on Halloween, and I walked through a carpet of leaves earlier. Took a nice brisk walk before the show. It was beautiful. Same thing where it's that golden. It's a little crisp. It's definitely crisp, but that golden light, that autumn light, that golden sun reflecting off the yellows and oranges of the trees, and it is just a magical time, isn't it? And I agree with what you said, Tim. I feel like even though there are 3 distinct holidays in the U.S., of course we have Thanksgiving. We know our European cousins don't have Thanksgiving, but it's still, there's fall festivals and their own things going on. But doesn't it feel like, and I've even heard it said that people who are studied in this stuff, I have just my own knowledge of it a bit, but really I learned from others who are more learned than I am in this kind of thing, that if you look back to older times, that this last quarter of the year of October through the winter solstice really was kind of one long holiday. Now that the harvest was in, that there are several holidays, harvest holidays, and then the winter solstice, the Yule, that all kind of one flow into the other. But isn't it just an absolutely, I mean, every time of year is special, and every season puts you in a different state of being. I kind of tweeted something to that effect earlier, and I love that. If you, as much as craziness is going on in the world, I try to remind people, if you can still relax into those little things, the little things are the big things. These are, everyday living, that's your life. You relax into that and you can appreciate it. You really feel the different nuances that different times of year, different weather brings out of you. So I love all the different times of the year, but there is something special about these last few months, right? Doesn't it feel like it's one mega holiday that just has these different phases especially from Halloween to Christmas? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. I mean, Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays, if not maybe my favorite, the favorite holiday. Halloween, Thanksgiving Thanksgiving just takes up a lot of more time. It's like a transition into Christmas. Yeah, it's a very cozy holiday. It's a very special holiday, I find, for America. I think Americans in general, some would say it's only white America. That's fine with me. It is a very white holiday, of course. Like it was a country back in just prior to they tried to change that permanently. But Thanksgiving is a very big deal, and I this year COVID. I think what's been strange about the past year, in the last couple of years, actually, we've had a procession of very strange moons, and very unique moons, and like I know there was some kind of blue moon going on right now, but we've had some very celestial, strange things that everyone's pointing out
earlier. I didn't quite know you were as into that. You might want to talk to our friend Laura Lee. She was on earlier.
I have
great stuff.
What do I want to say? I have acquaintances. This type of thing is paid attention to in certain circles that I used to work in a roundabout way, in very unconventional way, and most people would be surprised. But I have come across various different parties who've made a fortune betting on the sun, moon, and stars. And so I do pay attention to it in a roundabout way. But I remember seeing the blue moon. It was in Daily Mail. So it's kind of like these different moon pronouncements that are a big deal, the blood moons and whatnot. We've had a procession of some very strange stuff. And we are transitioning, of course, from Pisces to Aquarius. Pisces was, of course, the age of Christianity and the big 3 religions, specifically Christianity. Aquarius is an air sign. There are some people really into that, but the powers that be are definitely looking at that, these processions to some extent. What role it will play in the next week, I don't know. It could cause more chaos. That's what some are predicting, like in financial services. That's why they're raising margins. I don't know. I'm expecting a Trump win and it to be heavily contested. Probably. We'll just have to see. What do you guys expect? Give me your rundown here.
Mr.
Anything?
George?
Well, I don't do the kind of analysis that you do, Tim. It's not my forte. I'm just let's say maybe more in an esoteric way. I'm trusting that the light wins.
You're trusting the plan. Well, they both say they're for the light, so we have some problems here because neither one is a light.
Yeah,
They're not us. They're not us. But
Yeah,
Biden's definitely the darkness. There's no doubt about that. I think anyone could argue that.
Yeah, that's not to say that that the Trump thing is perfect, but that in the overall scheme of things, he can be used for something more positive and planting the seeds of a better future, or giving us room for other flowers to bloom, let's say.
Trump is not calling for truth and reconciliation commissions a la South Africa. That's something the other side's calling for. And that is my first thinking of Biden was that he's like Obama 2.0, because his foreign policy is virtually the same as Obama's. And which of course goes back to our first polls, Israel's. They don't like that Iran deal and stuff like that. So, the challenge with his domestic policy is the Kamala Harris's and whatnot, and what they're calling for, the ANC style stuff. And that is somewhat scary, because with that comes the farm style attacks on dissidents. It wouldn't be just a basic Bolshevik revolution. It would be a piecemeal type of violent type thing, ordeal. And that is extremely dangerous. That's not something our side can really deal with, or average white America can deal with. They can't deal with the South African situation just yet. So if that's your ticket, if anyone's been listening to the guys that say that's what they're going to do, they're going ANC with a broad ANC takeover, one party rule forever. And then they're going truth and reconciliation. And then they're going to start the farm style attacks, meaning targeted attacks that are very difficult to pin down, where the authorities just look the other way. Well, that's not something, basically terror squads, that's not something we can handle, or white America is going to be able to handle successfully just yet. It would be very, very ugly, I think.
Yeah, it would be.
That's one reason. That's one reason to vote Trump. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. He could never get away with that. Not to say there isn't going to be a war on white supremacy, and there's not going to be all kinds of gay ops from the FBI. They're going to be setting up groups and this and that, because that pays their bills. Getting rid of people online is they don't do that. They just call GoDaddy or someone, the ADL or the SPLC, who has already made all their money. There's no more money in fighting online hate. I'll announce that's over with. That game is over with. Now it's the war on white supremacy, which the budget is basically predicated on terrorism, or based on quote unquote violence, which it means you need groups. And groups happen in high trust environments, and that means you shouldn't belong to a militia or a group. If you're white, you need to be very careful out there, because there's going to be someone around looking to set up that particular group. That can't really it's got to go from online into some type of chat room on Telegram, like the Michigan militia, whatever, and it goes offline, and then they pull their particular stunt, and it's going to be people all paid by the FBI. You need to stay clear of that, because that's how they're going to secure larger and larger budgets. They're not going to secure any more money coming after online stuff. Although I'm not saying they won't do stuff online, or take down stuff, or come after us, or whatever. I'm just saying, the war on white supremacy is basically, it's about a budget. It's about a big budget thing. Even the guys, the anti-white groups that are getting the budgets, that budget's all around converting, identical to what they try to do in converting jihadi to toe their lines and stuff like that. I was once a jihadi, and now I'm saved by globalism or whatever. And then it'll be like, I was once a white, whatever they call themselves, once I was a white activist, pro-white activist, and now I'm, I love everybody. You know how they're doing. They're setting up these groups with millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah. So it's basically modeled on that. But the war on terrorism was totally dependent on giant terrorist act. Not to say they couldn't do something crazy. We could be heading for another 9/11 or something. But if it is, it's going to be, war on white supremacism and don't belong to a group. If you don't belong to a group, it's very difficult to bring in RICO and all that kind of crazy stuff. Anyways, like the Michigan militia stuff, if they were listening to Jason Köhne, those white guys that were upset, and they were led by the FBI. The FBI paid a guy who was working for the FBI $9,000, almost $9,000, 8,600, whatever it was, in Michigan, and he infiltrated a group, became their leader, and led them to talk about, jokingly or not, we don't know the whole recordings. Now, even some sheriffs and whatnot have said on the record that, it's not illegal to do a citizen's arrest in Michigan, even of the governor potentially. And if that's what they were talking about, that's totally legal conversation. But whatever they were talking about with the governor, obviously they used it to railroad him. And it was all done, of course, at the behest of the FBI with the big, what we call the gay ops. It's what they do now these days. So I expect more of that type of thing, and I would be very careful out there. Just common sense type stuff. If it glows, stay away from it.
Yeah.
It's not going to, nothing. We don't have any model for any illegal activities that in the structure we're in. The Soviet Union came down because it was time to come down. It was basically undermined by samizdat, these anonymous messages that were pushing devastating truths over and over again, like we do. But they weren't illegal acts. If you start talking about illegal acts, let's say violent stuff around white people, vast majority of people aren't going to participate, and you're never going to have enough participation to put an end to that particular regime unless you have some particular type of giant international support. Let's say some other country supports you, or in the case of our enemies, they're supported by institutions. So if they want to overthrow Trump, they might try that. They could be supported by the CIA. Who knows? FBI. You got to have that type of support to even have a go. But you'll know when they have that type of support because they're running around. They're getting cases of bricks magically dropped off at their rallies, riots. They're getting people looking other way while they shoot people in the MAGA hat. They're getting all this stuff going their direction magically. The FBI doesn't, although they have all their phone numbers. We assume you can, without 1,000% sure that everyone in power knows who, what, where, when, and how in Antifa, but they're not doing anything. So you kind of know who the elites are in with. You don't have anything like that. So if you're white, you got to keep things in the straight and narrow and keep it country simple. This society is undermined by the reality that it doesn't work. And the more that reality sets in, the more it undermines them. And you can't do that with anything other than words and phrases over and over again.
Well said, brother. And that is, thank you for saying that. If they had been listening to us, and if they had been listening to you, a lot of these folks who now have lost their right to self-defense, they were red flagged as a consequence of following certain personalities. And certainly we know we can talk about because I don't mind mentioning John Mark and Kurt Doolittle.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys have already suffered the consequences of those ideas, and certainly signing their names onto those documents, as though writing and signing a document suddenly magically creates a new people, a new movement or something. It's just preposterous. But they played on these folks, and they were misled by misleaders. You're simply not going to be able to. First of all, it's not in our nature. We don't want to break the law, and we aver that any harm that is done, any laws broken, certainly any harm to any innocents out there, is always going to redound to harm us and what we're doing for white well-being. So not only do we reject breaking the law, but we say that any law breaking or any harming of any people, especially innocent people, is only going to harm our effort to communicate who and what we truly are to the vagues out there, our brothers and sisters. So as always, we have Tim Murdoch, ladies and gentlemen, hitting the nail right on the head, perfectly right on every count. And your point to you also that you were making about these anti-white groups who call themselves Antifa, or they call themselves what have you, whatever it might be, they're all anti-white. They have the support of the system behind the scenes. So you're not going to be able to look at what they're able to get away with and think, well, if they can do it. I mean, that's a very childish, midget wit approach to reality. So Tim, again, is absolutely right.
When I first started podcasting, we're talking 2009, 2010, before anyone knew who I was, the Hal Turner, in fact, this is still up, I want to say, on the particular podcast page. You can go back in time and listen. The Hal Turner equation came up, and Hal Turner, of course, had been turned FBI witness and was going to jail, and he got busted. And I think he was calling for something about something about a judge or something like that. I don't know what he did, but I was like, way before that, we were like, no, stay away from this guy. That will not work. This isn't going to end anywhere nice. Now I don't know if he was set up. I don't know if some of these guys, like these young guys, Michigan, they're worried about the future. They're trying to do something, and they're very pissed off the COVID stuff is setting off white people, setting off everyone, actually, anyone around white people. But, you know, you get in these scenarios and, you know, the Jason and Jared and the Tim Murdochs of the world, our alarm bells go off, and I just tell people like it is. If it glows, run from it. Don't walk, run.
Unless
Run.
it's my candle tonight or Jason's lights. That's
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are actually physically glowing, that's acceptable. But glowing meaning someone's talking about acts that would be illegal, because that's not something. Even guys, you know, I always say that we're like in a baseball game, and baseball is a very exotic sport to most of the world, except Americans. Americans take it for granted. Most of the world plays sports like most of our sports. Vast majority of them, very simple. You take a ball, you take a puck, you put it in a goal. That's pretty simple. You run this ball in an end zone. Very simple things. Baseball is very exotic. It has all these exotic rules. If you really think about it from a non-American.
Cricket too. Cricket's like the
these are like English. These are English-speaking world ordeals. You're right. We're both in the Anglosphere. Now the Germans will look at us like we're crazy. Jason's cousins would look at us like we're crazy with all these crazy rules, cricket and baseball. But at the same time, a lot of people like those Michigan militia guys probably thought that we were heading into the Wild Wild West. Now the Wild Wild West, you know, you got the cowboys, you got the shootouts, and it's really survival of the fittest. It's anything goes. But we're in a baseball match where there's very exotic games going on. Just know what uniform you're wearing, and you're wearing it if you're white, and know what you should say and what you should not say. If you get anything right, just call the enemy anti-white, because that puts you immediately on the right side of history. And, you know, keep it simple, and you're not in the Wild Wild West. Now, one morning you may be. I don't know. You know, I don't know what's going to happen. We don't know, but you'll know it, because Jason, the big Köhne, will be at a bullhorn riding around with this military vehicle. But until you see something like that, it's going to be rather obvious. You know, don't fall for any of that stuff. Please don't. You only get hurt. Prepare, and there's plenty of stuff to do. There's plenty of people to convince in 4 years. Or however time or even a week, whatever time we can buy it, because you can't handle truth and reconciliation commissions. I don't care how hard you are against our institutions. You can't handle anti-white terrorism, a la farm attacks, you know, white genocide on steroids in South Africa, or whatever you want to call it. You know, the planned extinction of the Boers, and polite conversation that we're only allowed to have on YouTube. You know, only they're allowed the truth.
Right, precisely. Let me quickly just say that everything we're saying here, ladies and gentlemen, and for our very big and ugly sister AI, who is always listening, everything we're talking about here is in theory, and you need to, if you want the truth, you have to go to CNN, and you should always get the other side of the story, and you can do that from Snopes and many other websites and channels where you will get the truth. I will say this, to underscore Tim's point, you can go to, fed.gov, and you will find a bill, and we will talk about this tomorrow on Going Free. There is a bill that calls for a budget of 10%, the Department of Defense, for a new department that will, inside of that department, construct the Truth and Reconciliation apparatus for the United States. So you can look for that there, and we will talk about it tomorrow. Maybe it's not true, but if you go to fed.gov, you will be able to have a look at that, and we will talk about, point you in the right direction tomorrow. And we have here, looks like we have Jeff has shown up in the background as well. And Mr. George, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, not at all.
Okay.
All right, I'll get going here, guys. It was good talking to you, and I'll head on out the door. And I appreciate you taking give me a spotlight here for a few minutes.
You deserve the spotlight, and I want to point out, as Tim goes, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to tell you where you can find him. Do follow Tim and his community and the great work that they're doing and have been doing and will continue to do for White Wellbeing. It's glorious stuff. We're very proud of them and the great work. But note what Tim was doing. He was giving you an admonition to keep you safe. Do you want to listen to people who are going to tell you to engage in ideas or behaviors or to hold opinions and to regurgitate opinions that get people thrown in jail, that cause them to lose their right to self-defense? Or are you going to listen to people who are going to give you admonitions of whatever you do, don't do this, because then you're going to end up in a lot of trouble. You're going to end up in jail or whatever it is. Instead, do this, be effective for our people. This speaks to the character of the man. And Tim, thank you so very much. Quickly, where can folks find you to follow you? What do you work?
You can always find me at whiterabbitradio.net. You can also find me 2 to 3 days a week, dlive.tv/White Rabbit Radio. Tomorrow we have on Dr. Kevin McDonald for 1 hour, 6 to 7. It is a show that I've been trying to do with him. It had to be rescheduled. And as of right now, that'll be 6 p.m. tomorrow, which is, I normally don't stream on Sunday, but I am recording this for a Monday show. And you guys, if you can tune into D Live, if you're not too peeled on Jason, or split your screen, play them both, because he's going to be talking about his latest piece, why you need to reelect Trump. And I want to hear his opinion. So there are a lot of smart people saying you must elect this guy or we're in a lot of trouble very quickly. Not that the trouble isn't there, not that it's going to come, but the other side's going to bring it a lot faster than anything you can imagine or be able to handle.
We were saying that months ago and got a lot of flack for it. And now, a week before the election, we're starting to see other people come forth and say that, but that's all right as long as they come around.
No, he's been saying it. He's been saying it for a while. I caught another famous prognosticator as they started calling for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which hasn't been going on for months and months. It's only been going on the past maybe 90 days. And another prognosticator saying they're going for a Bolshevik-style revolution. Forget about their foreign policy. A domestic policy is a Bolshevik-style revolution modeled on the ANC takeover, and it's not going to be like the White Army versus the Red Army type of thing. It's going to basically be farm-style attacks and that type of thing. And that's when you got to say, well, Trump's way better than that. That's way too dicey, you know.
Indeed, I think we're going to be all right. We do need to get Jeff on because
cheers, guys. Cheers,
all right, brother.
We need to play stuff. Bye-bye. So we need to play stuff from the White Art Collective's Film
Cheers.
Fest. And he has his thing at 10 Eastern. But anyone going deep on memes, check out our past episodes with Tim. Search our website for Tim's name and see the times he's been on tap. We go very deep with Tim. He has very deep knowledge of how memes work, how language works. If you want to understand more deeply how the language that we do, that Tim has helped proliferate, that Jason's developed, how it changes things, how it's not just guys talking online, it's way deeper than that, it's having effects. Tim is very well studied and very articulate in that kind of thing. But Tim, we thank you for your time. It's always great to talk to you.
Thank you,
we'll
guys.
talk to you after the election. It'll be fascinating. Stay safe, you and your family, and we'll talk about that.
Cheers.
All right, and we have now Jeff, Winston, and Hyrith are both with us.
Hello. Hey, Hyrith, let's see, we coordinated. Look at that.
You all are muted.
I think you're muted.
Oh, classic move. Hey guys, how you doing?
Sorry.
Nice to see you.
We're pros.
Yes, great to see you all. I have to put my hat on for you all so I can tip it then.
In full costume. Jeff, that's quite a background you have. Is that the mostly peaceful fires that we see behind?
Yeah. I just out here hanging out at a mostly peaceful protest. And, so thanks for having me. I'll just take a break for this just for a minute.
I see like a reflection in the bottom. Why does it look like the bottom part of your, like on your chin? Why?
Because my green screen lighting is not perfect. I'm in the garage and I'm trying to it's
got a cool effect though. You should watch out. Tim was just saying, don't trust anyone who glows, and your chin is got. I don't know if
just your chin.
Hey,
I don't know if it's hey, join my group, everybody.
It's kind of pixely though, like it's sort of. It's like it's almost like a haunted camera, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if this is your intention, but with the red glasses, it goes orange, yellow, blue. It kind of looks like you're wearing a rainbow flag.
I mean, it was definitely kind of. This is a rainbow, yeah. I'm representing the LGBTQI9 community or whatever.
Yes.
In as my character, right? Okay.
He's honest for our big sister AI who's listening. He is an honest supporter of that community. So thank you for dressing up in that community. And Hyrith, of course, a honest supporter of all skeletons across across the planet.
Yes.
You're-
I
you've
support
out-
graveyards and, proper burials and things like that. So skeletons.
Skeletons.
Mummifications from back in the day.
I gotta very quickly say you're both of you, your music, the continuation of your art, absolutely glorious. Could not be more excited about it. The competition that you held, wonderful. I wasn't in the best of shape when I watched. I wanted to be able to participate, but I wasn't in the best shape. I watched anyhow, and it was fantastic. I loved every minute of it. So big congratulations to you all over there at WAC. It's just fantastic.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're really happy with how everything turned out, and that was a lot of fun. So
Yeah, it was great.
Thank you guys
enjoyed
for
it.
your support and your sponsorship. You guys have been huge supporters of the White Art Collective from very early on, and we're really starting to gain momentum. Could not have done it without you guys, and could not continue to do it without you guys. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for saying that. But you guys are really making it happen day in and day out. And speaking of that, we know you have your stream at 10 Eastern time. So we want to get to some of the film festival videos. I think, Jason, you have some queued up. Is that right?
Yeah, let's get to the first place. First of all, did either of you have any thoughts about the winner or the people who submitted videos? Anything that you wanted to share?
I mean, they were all brilliant, and I actually ended up having to expand the prizes and the recognition to the top 5. I only sent you guys the top 3 because time is limited. But yeah, I was just really impressed. And Hyrith actually, she did the score for the third place winner. So that's
that
cool.
was Frosty Venus's, and I really enjoyed doing that. It was an honor, but there were some really good ones this year, and I'm excited about next year now, because I'm like, it seems like it's going to be a trend where every year we're upping it, stepping up our game. So I'm really excited to see what people come up with next year.
Yeah, it's cool. And now you've done this twice. Our last Halloween tap, you hung out with us for a while, Jeff, and we played some of the entries there, including your own piece last year. That was a lot of fun. And it's great to see this stuff continuing. Hyrith, I have to ask, did you run out and get that costume after seeing me get on, or did you plan?
I couldn't help myself. No, I'm just kidding. It was fate. It was a fate. It was fate sort of thing.
All right. Well, I guess we'll be
great minds or something.
That's right.
Lord and Lady Skeleton tonight.
That's right.
All right, let's play. I want to play the winner, and then I think I want to play the one I liked best. How does that sound? The one I liked best was not I don't think was in the top 5 as I recall. So we'll play the winner first. And
how many entries, by the way, were there overall?
There were 12 contests and 4 non-contest, and last year there were 6 contests and 1 non-contest. So yeah, we doubled. So that's huge. I'm very excited about that. Very pleased.
What do you mean what do you mean non-contest? Some people wanted to participate but just not be in the running for a prize or something like that?
Yeah. Just so some people don't want to compete in the contest, and I obviously can't. So I had another one. This is actually a character from my short, what I'm wearing here. So I did a continuation of the Straw Man universe.
It's pretty great.
I like that video.
What you created last year. So a continuation. Nice. Very interesting.
Yeah, everybody just magnificent. Well, let's go ahead and see if we can play this and enjoy. Which was this? I think. Oh, I called it this. Here we go.
Sweat! Hurry up, man. We haven't got all day. Come on, Swen! Lazy ass motherfucker.
That, let me change my microphone back. That was absolutely powerful. And I could see how that ended up being the first place. That was the first place, right?
Yeah, that's first place. Yes.
That's very well filmed. That was shot very nicely.
Yeah, I was immediately struck by how well crafted that is. The lighting was being pointed out. That's really good. Cinematography. That practical effect is also really nice. But yeah, I'm actually going to have him on a podcast to discuss what just the different elements of it. The Foley work, all of it's really, really nicely done. So, and it's someone we weren't familiar with. So that's one of the great things about the contest is it brings people into our spheres that we had never known before.
I was going to say this is H.H. Ewers and someone who's new. So that's great. That's really great to see someone who maybe, and Jason and I, this is something we talk about a lot, and we know this happens in our chat. Sometimes people will tell us they kind of hang out for months, and sometimes they don't even participate at first, even behind an avatar. They're just kind of checking things out. But maybe this is a very talented person who was kind of following what you all do, and then saw an opening to introduce himself to the world, right? Through this work, and look at this, wins #1, really nice work. So that's awesome.
Yeah, that's exactly what I hope is well, clearly it was someone we weren't aware of, but it's really cool that they come out of nowhere and really nicely crafted piece. And I hear an echo. I'm not sure who it is, but Jason, it might be you. I think it's you, yeah. But anyway, it is. It's really great. That's exciting. And there were some other people too that we. The fifth place also is someone that we weren't aware of before, and then there were some other great entries from people we didn't know, and of course the people we do know are coming up with even better stuff than they've done in the past. Lord Wolfshield won second, and that was his first short film that he's ever made, and he did a really great one. So. And then Frosty Venus, she did one. She was the only person who was in last year's contest, who was also in this year's contest. And so that means like we were still able to more than double our entries, even with only one person from last year. So that's also a good sign. But yeah, I'm really excited about this guy, and I'm gonna try to I'm gonna have him on to talk with him, and hopefully we can see some more stuff from him. I would love more short films. Maybe we can see if he wants to do a music video for somebody. That would also be nice. We're always looking for filmmakers to do music videos. Hyrith is on board with that.
Definitely. And you had announced the winner last weekend, right?
Yeah, we actually did we did it all in one shot. Last year we announced the winner the next night, but I went ahead and I figured I don't want to make people wait. Like, let's build it up. Let's do it at the end of the night. And we did like a 3-hour and 45-minute long stream. But it worked out swimmingly. It was kind of a marathon. We don't usually do streams that long. I'm no Jason Köhne, so I don't do these like 10-hour long streams, you know. You got to train for that kind of thing. You got to lift weights. You got to run
in the mountains.
That's right. You got to do some Rocky stuff. You know, you need a Rocky montage. But yeah, we handled it that way, and we also had, you know, we had a green screen type production, which was fun. So, on all fronts, we were taking things to a higher level, and I absolutely intend to do that next year. Next year, I actually hope to have like an IRL audience for the screening and have a get together and have some live music. And then also it will be available for people to see online. So that's my goal, the way to step it up for next year.
The green screen effect was, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No,
I was
go
just
ahead.
going to say the green screen effect was really cool because Jeff was a ghost for anybody that missed it. So you could like see through his hands and everything. It's pretty cool.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, that was fun because like I'm all obsessed with the green screen. I got to get my lighting right here, but now I'm like, you can do a lot of cool stuff with the green screen, really. And we're kind of limited with our budget, so I think we could get really creative with some stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot of exciting things going on. A good friend of ours, someone we're all of us here are connected to, Tony Vermont, White People's Press, White People's Quarterly, beautiful new magazine out. And he has books coming out. We'll talk to him more, but so many things happening. Jason, you had a pick? You wanted to play something now, something you hadn't picked, right?
Yeah, well, yes. I would just want to quickly say that was actually a splendid video. And for me, that was going to be certainly within the top 5. I don't know exactly where I was going to put it, but I wasn't trying to break it down like that. But the cinematography, obviously, the realism, the probably if I wanted to make a suggestion, there would be a little bit more. I guess maybe they went the route of wanting to have a little less sound, a little less music, but maybe a little bit more of spine tingling noise in the background. I liked what they put there. They didn't overdo it by any means. But yeah, this temptation, I think there's a lesson there. There's like a message there, isn't there? That getting something for nothing, and then you end up getting eaten by it. If you want to look that deeply into it. But yeah, there's nothing free in the world, ladies and gentlemen. We all have to. Somebody has to pay for it, and this. So
don't give in to greed. Yeah,
exactly. The other lesson is if somebody is going to work on your home, they're clearly stealing from you. So that's the other lesson.
Yeah, you have to vet the people who are coming into your home to move stuff into your attic. It looked like.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah, there's also a great shot there where like you first hear the sound and you look over it. It's really great camera movement and cinematography. And there is like, it looks like a statue under a sheet. It has to be a statue because it's a very clearly like a human-like figure.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really creepy looking, but it's cool that it's kind of a fake out because you look at that and you think immediately like that's the subject of the movie, and then it turns out to be this little door, you know.
Yes.
I didn't notice that.
Hi, Ritz, you gotta watch it again. It's really good.
Sorry.
That's
but
what I'm saying. It's like
I noticed the sound of the zipper. I was like, that sound of that zipper is like, you know, it's super loud and it's like really good and clear, and the sound effects were like on point.
Yeah, the sound effects were very much on point. Yeah. And I love that practical effects. Like I would love to talk to him about how they did that. Because that was well done, like with some nice like jump cuts, and it was genuinely, with the sound effect and everything, it was genuinely disturbing. You know, you're like, oh, you know. So that was very cool, and I think the acting was good. And it was very like you know, it was very simple, but like you knew exactly what was going on all the time. You know what I mean? That's crucial. People don't know how hard that is.
No, exactly.
Yeah, they made it seem simple, but in reality, that's like there's a lot of work that they put into that, you know. So artfully done, artistically done.
Very much. Yeah. Jason, what is yours? Sorry, I'm really curious. Like, what your
what really got to me? Well, I will pull it up now, and we will have a listen.
I'm trying to guess. I'm like,
Everybody get comfy. Chat saying everyone's nice and cozy. It's been a whole day of streams, and it's been a great day for just socializing and having some fun. So get cozy and let's see what next is up on the dock.
Hello to anyone listening. My name's Dave from Pennsylvania, and I'm going to be leaving this for anyone who finds it. It's been about 6 months since the fall. I managed to get a hold of my crappy old laptop that I found in my basement. It's got a little bit of battery life left, so I thought I'd take the time to tell my story on it, just in case anyone happens to find it in the future somehow. Man, where do I start? Just moved to our first house up here in Columbia County, and I was ready to start a family and live a traditional life with my wife. Just gotten out of college too, and I'd say right when we moved, all this shit happened. Like 1 or 2 weeks afterwards, no one was really prepared for it. I think everyone knew for a long time it was bound to happen, but I just didn't expect it to be this bad. I saw the reports on the internet sometime around August. The National Guard just started putting up perimeters around the cities for some reason. Everyone thought there was going to involve a war with China or something, but later in the month, that's when it happened. The economy just collapsed. The National Guard and police tried to keep things together while the federal government planned their next move. They rationed food and tried to stop people from looting and killing each other. And I think that's around the time my wife left me. Well, I was pretty stocked up on essentials before everything turned really bad, but my wife didn't want to listen to me. She just thought the best course of action would be to drive down to Philly to live with her parents. But I knew better. I wanted to wait and see how things would get before making a decision, but she didn't stop. It turned into an argument, and then a screaming match, and she shoved me, and I struck her. I wasn't in my right mind at the time, and I had a few beers. I didn't punch her or anything like that, but she just looked at me with this blank look on her face and quietly went to our room and locked the door. And I fell asleep on the couch. Later that night I woke up because I heard my engine running. I ran outside to see her in my truck. Without saying a word, she just pulled out onto the road and took off. She was about a month pregnant. I tried calling her parents, but they never answered, and that was the last I saw of her. About a week after that, I saw the news that the president had been shot, and that the army and police all over the country had mutinied. If the cities weren't war zones before, they were now. I didn't pay much attention to anywhere else other than Philly, but I think it was about the same everywhere. People just I guess I ought to tell you why I'm recording this. Well, a few nights ago, I started hearing someone knocking at my door, and I don't live near any neighborhoods, and town is about 10 minutes away, and when I looked to see who it was, all I saw were tracks in the snow, and I haven't left my house since. I may hear it about 3 to 4 times a day now. I've made sure to barricade all the doors and windows. The only problem is I ran out of shells for my shotgun weeks ago, and I don't know what. No. I don't have anything here! Stop! Stop!
Yeah, that I really liked. I really liked the realism of because in audio recording is the exact kind of thing that someone might do when there's nothing left to do, and that's the sort of, let me tell my story before it's too late for anybody to know that I lived, I mattered, I had a view, or whatever it might be. And talk about, so there was that whole like helplessness that I saw of the individual, and then the realism of a fight with under extraordinarily stressful circumstances that caused him to strike the wife, which is something that normally would never have happened. And that sort of like shocked me at the moment, where he said he ended up striking her. And I just thought the realism of it and the helplessness of the individual, the creator of the video, I think did a great job. And then you have like this little upturn at the end there, but you don't know what happened to the wife, and you're left to think that, well, she probably was murdered. The child and the wife and the parents probably suffered a similar fate, maybe without their story being told. I just thought that was powerful. It left it entirely up to the imagination, which of course is going to be a very powerful engine. Well, maybe it depends on whose imagination we're talking about, but it's good. It left it up to the imagination, which is a powerful engine, and really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was very well executed, and a good example of minimalism too. You know, realism with minimalism, and just basically that picture and a couple of text, and then just the acting which I thought was definitely really well done. So yeah, I mean, that was one of the 12 excellent entries. So I really was pained trying to put them in some kind of order, because the other thing about it is that it's like comparing apples to oranges. You know, like I kind of had very vague guidelines for how I'm judging these, but it's kind of not fair, as I think we could all understand, to try to judge art and be like, this one's better than this one's better than, you know what I mean? It's hard to do, because it's like that one is brilliant for particular reasons, and then some of the other ones are brilliant for different reasons. So it's tough, but at the end of the day, I'm just happy that we had all of those excellent entries, and that one is great, like the other ones were. So that's cool though. I'm glad that you like that one, Jason. That's not what I was gonna
There are
guess,
definitely subgenres of horror, you know, and I could see why it would be a really difficult decision to make, especially this year, because there was more entries than last year, and they were all so different. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point to
it's
make.
Like, you know, because you got like horror comedy.
Right.
Go ahead.
The cinematography, which of course in this case there was none. So yeah, very difficult. I sympathized with you when you had to make that decision. But nothing but a bunch of fantastic videos, folks. Make sure that you watch everything that WAC is doing, what they're up to. In fact, they're going to be streaming here very shortly. And so I know you're running out of time. You got about 3.5 minutes left. So please tell us where folks can find your good work, and we can, I guess, does Jeff have to leave before Hyrith, or how does this work?
I'm not a host for the SNL stream, but I would like to tune in at some point.
Yes,
so I can probably hang around a little bit longer than he can.
Then let's quickly let's hear from Jeff first. And
we just have one more guest, and then you all can go over to Jeff's stream on DLive. But yeah, Jeff, tell us about your stream and everything you're doing.
Yeah. And I got to do a quick costume change. Well, first of all, I have a riddle for you guys, just quickly. Okay. What wears all black, has a rainbow face mask, and takes Molotov cocktails and a hammer to a mostly peaceful protest?
A peaceful protester?
An
What's
idea.
That?
An idea.
Yes.
Ah.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
That was good.
Bravo.
Yes.
All right.
You got your point across there, my friend.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for having me on, for all the support, sponsoring the Spooky Short Film Contest. And you guys have yelled it to the mountaintops, everything we've been doing. So greatly appreciated. Yeah, we're about to jump over, and we're going to start the SNL stream at 10. We're doing scary songs. And so I went through and all the stuff that we got that's kind of like creepy and stuff. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, and I'm going to do a costume change for that. So do tune in once this baby is over. And guys,
anything that you can tease us with? Could you tell us maybe just one of the songs that you'd be playing, an example of a scary song?
Well, one of my personal favorites I don't get to play very often because it's like so intense is Mind Control by Eurodyne. It's like I don't even know. It feels like mind control. It's the sounds in it are wild.
Doesn't Lord Wolfshield call it Brain Scrambler or something?
Yeah. Exactly.
Accurate.
It is. That's one of the ones I'm going to be playing this evening. But yeah, guys. So check out White Art Collective, our website. We're on the DLive. We're on the Twitter. We're on the Gabs. And just we're gonna do the Spooky Short Film Contest again next year. It's gonna be an annual thing, and we have every intention of taking it to the next level. So thanks you guys again, and always a pleasure.
Yeah, well, everyone go on over to Jeff's stream in a few minutes as we wax and he wanes.
Yes.
As the party will continue. All Hallows is it goes beyond just Halloween. This is a few days. All these European festivals really were a few days. So are you planning to go past midnight Eastern time, Jeff? Or do you plan on wrapping up before the 2-hour mark?
So SNL stream is going to be about an hour, and then Dance Squared after that. So we probably go to the midnight hour, the witching hour, as they say.
Appropriate.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you guys. Happy Halloween, everybody, and be safe out there. I'll see you
Happy
soon.
Halloween to you.
Thanks so much. We'll talk
Happy
soon.
Halloween.
All right, Hyreth, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want, but you can also give us your final thoughts and then make your way over to the whack party.
Yeah, we have Eke Lux about to come on.
Excellent.
Yeah, do you want to hang out, or do you want to go over to their stream? It's up to you. We'll, as I said, we won't be on too much longer.
I can hang out for a few more minutes. Yeah.
Very good.
Great. Well, then we will roll out Eke Lux right now, and there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have Eke Lux and the beautiful Hyreth, and a beautiful voice as well, mellifluous voice that she has. So many of our songs, we really should give a round of applause to Hyreth, because her voice, and it's just what else do you? It's not just the way that you sing as well, has appeared in so many of the different songs that we played at the garage party, and really do owe a debt of gratitude to you, and thank you for collabing with so many people that we now have so many works that you are featured in, and all of your service to White Wellbeing, dear lady.
I enjoy it. I enjoy collaborating. It's a good way to network and get to know people better in the community, and I think that's really important, Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. Very well said. And I've heard you say that numerous times, and that's what we need to be doing, because we all have different talents to bring to bear in service to White Wellbeing. And when we work together, somebody could get together with you like a nutritionist, and you could get some meat on your bones there. You see?
That's right.
I had to go there. Okay,
yes, I'm so hungry. So famished.
Yeah, you're so hungry. I've heard that before.
I get that even when I'm not dressed up like a skeleton. So now you know my pain.
War paint. That's Mr. George's skeleton war paint. With a war of ideas. Okay, you can unmute now.
Pain. But Eke Lux, hey buddy.
Hey buddy, what's going on?
Hey buddy, Mr. California. We don't want to lose California, man. California, there's something. It's beautiful. The Pacific is its own feeling, right? We gotta get stuff together. We gotta get California back in line.
I miss old California. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah,
you can't see my costume, by the way, but I actually am dressed up today.
What? Paint us a picture.
Yes, tell us.
I wanted to be the scariest thing that I could possibly think of. So here in Los Angeles, that's a very specific thing. So today I decided to dress up as a white male. So
there you go.
It's pretty intense.
Some would say that Hyreth and I are wearing whiteface ourselves. Something like that said. Yeah, there's a very dicey thing to be these days, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Sorry about that. What?
No, it's right. It's a dicey thing to be these days. Your costume, as you were saying.
Yeah, it was nuts. And I've actually been like kind of a zombie all day. Because last night, yeah, I know. Please don't hunt me down. I don't need this right now.
Acting.
There's too much going on in my life. I can't handle it. But yeah, I went and did I went to stickering. I know it's lame, but I can't help it. It's funny to me. So last night I put up a bunch of freaking stickers, and I edited a little video, and I found a really fun song to play over it. And I got super bummed out once I uploaded it, because it won't play in Germany, Austria, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. So like, I just uploaded a video that a good portion of the people that I'd want to stream to, like, they just can't watch it. What a bummer.
Is it because of the song, or?
Yeah, it's because of the song.
Or what?
Yeah.
Oh,
because like, well, anyway, I'm only half awake right now because I legitimately only got like 4 hours of sleep. So sorry if I meander and ramble. But
It actually might help. It might be appropriate for the
Good.
stream tonight. Well, as long as it's in legal places, you said stickering. We don't think stickering is lame. A lot of our people are here in the community here doing that kind of thing and getting our information out there more through those old school means of signs and stickers and taking back the spaces, the public spaces, as actually Semiagog was saying at the very beginning of tonight's stream.
No, it's actually really important. And one thing that everyone needs to keep in mind, and this is genuinely important, they can censor and they can algorithm the internet. They cannot censor or algorithm real life. They have no control over reality. So getting out there and doing things in the 3D world is genuinely important.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking in a few minutes ago. I don't know if you heard when Jeff was still on. He's talking about how the WAC stream, which is starting just about now, is going to start soon. They're playing some fun music tonight, some horror music. I know you're a fan of certain electronic genres. We've traded some music, Eke. And Hyrith, you're into like horror wave or ghost wave. Could you tell us a little more about that? And maybe send Eke with some new tracks to find, because he's always trying to play some obscure electronic tracks on his streams. Burn after streaming. I love that you call your streams Burn after streaming, Eke, by the way.
Yes, definitely awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, with my personal stuff, I call it ghost folk, and I like to invent new genres, but I'm currently I'm in the process of doing an EP with Amalek, and he invented a new genre called ghost wave. So it's like synth wave, and then, my vocals combined. So he just decided to call it ghost wave. And actually, Zorch Wave, our animator, or a really, really awesome animator in our sphere, he did a spooky short film with one of the remixes of a song that we did together, me and Amalek. So, and that one's called
like
The Night.
Gothic, like a gothic electronic sound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But you had found, I saw in the in some kind of a thread that we're in, you had found some tracks just from a while ago, not directly involved, like from our artists here, that were kind of that. I mean, obviously we know 80s goth, but it wasn't that kind of thing. It was more contemporary. It was some kind of electronic music that you were like, oh, I didn't know this existed. I forget the names. A couple artists were mentioned. It was a while ago, though. There were a few that I think kind of were like inspired you to go that route. Because like Jason was saying, I've enjoyed your collaborations with a lot of electronic artists. Like, I like the thing you did with Dystopia Park. Really liked that one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed that one. It's interesting because I don't really know how to make that kind of music at all. So it's fun to work with people who do make that kind of music, because I guess we're good in different areas, and we can figure out how to work together and write together and complement each other. And it's really interesting. I'm not really sure which gothic sounding bands you're referring to, but because I've listened to so many different types of music, different genres, subgenres, and I'm terrible with that stuff. So, but
yeah, I know it's hard to keep track of. I have a vague memory a few months ago in the WAC thread on the Twitter DM, there was mention of certain something wave. It was like some kind of gothy synth wave stuff, and people were sharing tracks, and you were like, "Oh, that's cool." And I think it sounded like it kind of inspired what you're doing now. But we'll send some over to Eke, see if you want to play any of these on your streams. Because, like I said, I know you're kind of like a DJ. And I don't know if you've ever heard Eke's streams, but he kind of combines a little talk and a little like playing tracks, and it's a little more like old school FM radio. Always loved the approach.
Nice.
Eke's been a friend of the show and been on the program. Can we call it a program? A program a few times now.
I like to think of it as a hangout.
Yeah, your thing is
Right.
definitely a hangout. Yeah. Do you have any fun Halloween memories, Eke? Anything to celebrate
Most of
the
my
time of the year?
favorite.
Any
Well, I
go-
guess it's like childhood, really. I mean, but that's with everybody though. Like, what do you always think of? You always think of like spooky stories at night or something. That's always my favorite. Um, Recently, uh, not as many. Like, I just don't go outside anymore. It's really upsetting. I don't mean to sound like a Debbie Downer or like a bummer or anything, a Barry bummer, but just I don't go outside.
Well, do you have a memorable costume from when you were a kid?
Memorable costume. Jeez, what the hell did I even dress up as when I was a kid? I don't even remember. Like, I would always come up with these like really impromptu costumes, like at the last possible second that kind of made sense and they were easy to execute. Those kids that did those giant freaking sequin things where they've got like weird horns or wings or whatever were always really cool. But
I don't know. I don't know. That has a different context now in the current year.
That's true.
We don't like
That's right.
quite like that. Definitely don't go dress that way and then read to children at libraries.
I forgot about the book club. Sorry.
We might have to kick you out. We might have to kick you out of the club if we catch you doing that. Hyrith, what about you? Any memorable Halloween costumes from Little Hyrith? Any Halloween memories?
Oh gosh, I loved dressing up when I was little. I mean, when I was like really, I think the first costume I remember was I was a devil, but my mom dressed me up as a devil and I was like 4. But it was funny. I still have pictures of that. It was it's pretty funny. And then just like your standard like cat, witch,
Girls love cats. I don't know. Is there a
vampire, Dracula, or whatever, and stuff like that.
Is there a woman out there who has never been a cat for Halloween?
I don't know. I'd like to know that too, actually.
Yeah.
I was Alice in Wonderland for 1 year too, because I love that story. So I've loved it for
I
first heard of it.
I can dig that. That's a great costume for a girl. And yeah, I love Alice in Wonderland too. It'd be cool to have like an original edition, like an old edition of that book.
Yeah,
Jason, you have any
signed by the author?
You have any? Yeah, well, that'd be something to hold on to. You have any favorite Halloween costumes? Anything you can remember being as a kid?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I was Benjamin Franklin.
I remember you talking about that
as
last
a child.
Really? How old were you? Do you know?
Yeah,
19.
I was. I want to say that I was maybe 7.
Oh wow!
It was maybe 7. Yeah, and I had a little kite, and I had I was Benjamin Franklin. I don't know. I don't recall exactly why learning about him, but I just thought he was quite heroic in what I had heard and what I had been taught. So I thought, wow, that's a hero of our people. I want to be him.
And your mom helped make it a pretty crafty costume, right?
She did. Actually, I really need to find the picture. I really need to find the picture.
I'd like to see that. I think everyone here would like to see that.
The picture of young. You know what I did find? I'll share this with you all. I'm going to put the hat on for this purpose. But so maybe I'm not this year. Maybe I'm not a zombie hunter. Maybe I'm just out with the other heroes. Let's see. I have this up here of a once great country, but still a great people. There we are. See, I'm out with the boys, and I fit right in. Who can guess what country this was?
I've already seen some people guess in the chat, and I think they guessed correctly. But I'll let the new people guess.
The new people shall guess in the chat who they are. So maybe it's just me and the boys, and we're out waiting for a metaphorical battle to break out again. But there we are. I had to share that with the folks. Of course, I was also a soldier so many times I can't count. Probably the rest of the times. I don't think I was ever a monster, but I was a soldier. I was a statesman. I loved putting the camo face on, which really made me invisible to traffic at night. So, my parents had to love that. Their child wandering around the streets with a, and think back then too, we ran around with our little plastic toy guns, but it was glorious. I had to do something, and Mr. George, did you share any of your costumes?
No, the equivalent of your soldier. So I guess some of us have evergreens, like the thing that we go back to that we were several times. I guess I was the thing I can remember being more than once was a vampire. So I kind of liked the whole gothic thing and guy that lives in a castle. So
with the cape, and you're like,
yeah.
So he still does that.
So I guess, yeah. We'll let the psychologically inclined analyze what that means. Why we want it to be different things.
I don't know why, but I think it's really funny.
Jason, it makes sense.
I just want to imagine you being in a cape doing weird things in April for some reason. That's funny.
In April? That's really random. Okay, where did that come from?
Well, it's just the idea that you like your costumes so much. You're like, you know what? Screw it. All year.
Oh, you know what? In all seriousness, man, I love Halloween so much. I was getting so excited about this stream tonight, preparing for it, and you have to keep in touch with this kind of thing. You have to keep that young at heart spirit, right? And it did bring me back to that anticipation, that innocence you have when you're a kid. I'm sure all of us, if we sit and think about it, you can remember when, like, we're talking about your parents were getting you dressed, you're getting ready. I remember like waiting for a friend to come over, like his mom was walking over. They were going to meet us and we are going to go trick-or-treating together. And it wasn't time yet. You're sitting there in your costume. You're just waiting. When you're a kid, it's like the whole world to you. You can't think of anything else. There's no tomorrow. It's just Halloween. Can't wait to go trick-or-treating. And it's fun to do this kind of thing too. So I was out a couple days ago, went to a party store to get the little bit of paint for my skeleton hack job here. And I thought to myself, in all seriousness, Eke, and I've had this thought before on other years, I said, Halloween, this kind of thing should really be twice a year. And we really do have it. If you know anything about our old festivals, 6 months from now, April 30th into May 1st is Beltane, May Day. And it's kind of, if you look at a lot of in different European countries or Britain, the Isles of Britain, it was kind of the more like fairy green equivalent of Halloween. It was still mischief and it was still spirits, but it was a little more because it's spring 6 months from now. So instead of descending into fall, you're ascending into spring. But they're still dressing up and mischief. And instead of ghouls and goblins, as I said, it's a little more fairies and nature sprites and things like that. It's more of a Midsummer Night's Dream kind of motif, right? But we could totally, if we got more people healthy again and into our folk life and back into our spirit, totally makes sense to have a Halloween 2.0 in 6 months from now as April becomes May. So it's very funny you said that, Eke, because little did you know, your intuition served you right. I actually do kind of feel that way. And it would technically be in April, the last night of April. So my hat's off to you, my friend. I think you were more correct than you could have known.
I'm all about it, man. I'm all about it. Not even joking.
Well, we are coming to the end, getting ready to tap out of a magnificent Halloween special stream tonight. It's been glorious having you all with us. What we're going to do is we're going to allow these two wonderful people to give their final thoughts and where you can find them. And then Mr. George and I are going to take a look at your questions, comments, financial gifts, and the rest. And we will tap out for sure. Hireth, my dear lady, will you please tell the good folks where they can find you and what kind of work you are working on now?
Sure. You can find me on YouTube. Hireth Music, if you search that. It's Hireth Music 9 on Twitter and I think Gab too, and then Hireth Music on BitChute as well. And I'm also on SoundCloud, I think is Hireth Music, but it's all pretty much on my YouTube. And I'm working on finishing up my third album, Metamorphosis, and then I'm working on this EP with Amalek and a couple other side projects as well. So, yeah, exciting stuff.
Yeah, great to hear about all the activity.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me tonight, and happy Halloween, everyone. It's been a blast. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks for being here. In a couple minutes, I'll put the WAC stream is underway, and I'll put the link to DLive in the chat. And yeah, thanks for all your great work, all your activity, and we will talk very soon, Hyreth. And Eke, where can people find you?
Bye, Hyreth.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, buddy. Yeah, I'm on. Well, I don't do much on YouTube anymore, but I still have my channel, Ekelux live streams, and I upload once in a while. I stream once in a while, and I'm on DLive most nights. By most nights, I mean every night. Like I missed last night because I was out doing things till stupid o'clock in the morning. But yeah, I'm on DLive. Under lace_and_thorns, lace and thorns.
So it doesn't always simulcast with YouTube. Sometimes these streams are only DLive.
I basically only do DLive now because with YouTube, I've got a lot. Now the funny thing is, I guess I talk about some edgy things, but I'm very specific about my usage of language because I've been so trained by YouTube to try to not deal with censorship and algorithms. So I'm specific about my language, but that carries over to DLive. But like I don't want to deal with it even still with YouTube, even though I know that I would be able to get away with all of my speech on YouTube. I just don't deal with it. The other is that on DLive, they aren't halting you from playing any old music you want. So I can play Depeche Mode if I want. So that's why I stay
there's
with
music element to what you do.
Yeah.
So you have more leeway that way. That makes sense. Yeah, because
exactly.
As I said to the chat earlier, I think of you a bit as a. I hope you don't mind me saying this. It's just one way to say it, but kind of like our version of an FM DJ, where you're talking about some cutting edge stuff, and then you're playing music, and it's got this cozy hangout vibe to it.
Yeah, that's generally the thought pattern for myself as well. I really liked those old. I don't know if anyone remembers Bill Cooper, but I freaking loved that guy. He was out of control.
We talked
weird
about him when you were on tap.
Yeah, but I love him. He's so weird, and yeah, you know, I'm sure that people have thoughts and ideas about him, but brushing all of that aside for a moment, he would talk about things that were interesting to him, and he would play music, and I thought that was a really great little deal. So yeah, it's in some strange way my little stream, it's actually just an ode to somebody else. Isn't that weird? It's funny.
You do it well. Well, we all have influences. The thing about DLive, though, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not as well versed in it, but there's no way to save streams, right? Because even under the replay tab, I've seen that it disappears after a couple of days. Is that right?
Yeah, they permanently go. So every time, like, I tend to bring up ideas a lot on my streams. Like I have recurring themes, and I have things that I repeat rather a lot because I know that it's going to get wiped away anyway. So there's a kind of
okay with that. You're not trying to archive what you're doing.
Dude, whatever. No one's gonna listen to this stuff, like to my stuff, in like 1,000 years. So whatever. Not any of this.
Maybe 100.
Yeah, maybe, who knows. My thinking on it is that it's more about the community. It's more about just hanging out, chit-chatting, talking about things that are amusing and interesting. And one of the advantages to the ephemeral nature of these kinds of streams is that you are forced to look at what's going on and to understand what's going on. And that also, so you have to take it seriously in some sense. And also that means that the people that would try to censor and attack because you're saying things that they don't like, it's harder for them to do because there are no records, there are no copies. So it's a two-edged sword, I will admit. And every so often people do say, oh yeah, you should go ahead and back it all up and have like a record of all the streams. And I will admit, because sometimes I do read articles or something, or I'll talk about things that are genuinely interesting that aren't topical trash. Like there's an election coming up, wow, big news. But sometimes there are things that are like, some topics are perennials, things that are or evergreens rather, things that are evergreens where they're genuinely of interest long term. And yeah, I will admit, sometimes I lament that I don't save them, but at the same time, like we almost don't even exist right now in Los Angeles. So my thinking is that just getting out information, simply talking and building any kind of a community is more important than leaving tracks. Because leaving the tracks, that's in the past. We need to be together now. We need to be doing things like in 3D meet space now. So my emphasis and focus is on just doing stuff in general. It sounds kind of weird. Like I feel like
good on you for that. That is the main thing.
Yeah,
but that's my thinking.
Well, we appreciate you doing that, brother, and we appreciate you coming out tonight to hang out with us on this Halloween special of the after party. Any parting thought as we let you go and then tap out for tonight?
I guess I would just say that this is the night of the year when the veil between this world and the other is at its thinnest. Don't go out there doing silly things. Don't let things in that you don't want in. The old vampire lore is important. They can only come in if you invite them. Don't invite things in because you don't know what you're inviting in.
Well said, brother. And thank you for coming out for the party tonight. And we look forward to having you again join us in the future, Eke. Happy Halloween.
Man. Yeah, cheers. I'm going to let out. Thank you guys for having me. Cheers to the chat. Stay safe, and I hope everyone flosses. All right, guys. Cheers.
Okay. All right, bye-bye.
Curveball, Eke. I love you. You're representing Los Angeles, the quirky side of Los Angeles, and what's worth saving in Los Angeles. Thanks for holding it down over there on the West Coast. It's not all lost, and it's good to know that good people like you are out in places like that. So thanks again, everyone.
I appreciate it.
It's always interesting to talk to. He's been on the show
see you.
time. Sorry. Oh, I think he was just saying goodbye. Sometimes it's hard to these streams on our end, guys. It's hard to tell when you're talking, and sometimes you kind of the other person's volume goes down. I think he was just saying goodbye.
Makes it harder to hear.
I was just saying, please do go check out the times that we've spoken to Eke. I certainly applaud what he does, and I like his approach. We are a little different, Jason and I, in that we do have a record of what we do on our websites. So if you want to go listen to the times Eke's been on our show, then please search his name, and it will come up on the afterparty.tv or our individual sites. Jason, what do we have from the community?
Well, we have, let's take a quick look over at the
cozy stream.
The what stream?
They've been enjoying this cozy stream. I've been looking at
It's been a very cozy stream. And the big hello. Well, let me quickly, I'll spin around here. I saw Jack White was with us, and he said, Pixar didn't happen. I guess that's about me in the costume I was talking about as a child, Ben Franklin. Brand Danger said in reference to the Rhodesians that I put up on the picture, said that you need some tiny shorts to go with the outfit. That would be lewd indeed. I don't know.
That's true. You have to stand up and show us, or it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll have the tiny shorts on for the future. I don't know. That would actually, though, I don't know on YouTube. Maybe that won't get us in trouble. Back in the day, you couldn't show anything like that on YouTube. Now, I guess probably you're fine.
It might actually get you in the good graces of Ohio.
They might say, well, you get to stay on instead of us knocking you off your platform there. Hansa says, you have that hat on because you have come here today to chew bubblegum and kick something, and you are all out of bubblegum. That's right.
Jason, I guess you're continuing this instinct you had as a kid, and that you've ticked another year in the soldier costume column.
Yeah. Indeed, another year that I've ticked off. And last year I was I was a soldier of Dracula, I guess, or something.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't Dracula last year, because you took over the duties. I was just my thing last year was very minimalist. You see, maybe there'll be a progression. Like last year, there was just a little hint of like this kind of character where I was wearing a different jacket and there was a collar up.
Yes, that's right.
The inside was purple.
Yeah.
I didn't have any face paint on, but it was just a hint at maybe some kind of character, some rogue baron in his castle or something. And now Novi Hansa, who's in the chat a lot, said, "What's Jared?" Well, I guess he's just your typical elegant skeleton. So maybe next year there'll be more professionally done makeup and more elaborate, and we can take a look and see there's a progression, maybe some characters slowly building over the years. But yeah, it is interesting how people sometimes return to certain themes or characters. And as I said, I don't want to get too deep tonight, but I'm sure that those of us who are wont to think about archetypes and psychology would have a thing or two to say about that. But you were definitely a warrior, Jason, so it's fitting that you're attracted to the soldier costume.
I'll have to go the other direction next year. Maybe we'll see. You'll come back as like a full alien movie costume, and you'll be on stilts. Your progression will just continue toward a more complex costume, and I'll be something the exact opposite. Maybe I'll come back as like what Jeff was this year. But we have over on the other channel, let's see, George saying very, very good, nearly something. Sorry, I meant Christopher Yiz, the eunuch, is with us, and she is saying happy Halloween to everybody. I imagine she may have gone to sleep already, but thank you, dear lady. Melanie is here. Thank you so much. She has a little ghost. What a cute emoji that is with the little ghost. And Patty, the Reverend George was with us. The Mighty Goose. Yes, indeed. The Mighty Goose here says, good evening, brothers. Happy Halloween. And a spooky, as we know, we have the spooky, a spooky Samhain, he says here. And let's see, Tim.
Awesome
Somewhat?
An awesome alphabet. That's the Scandinavian version.
Ah, I see. Okay. Very good then. And not Mama from Mamas and the Pepe. She was here earlier and said hello. So was Casa JB said hello. Thank you all for being over there. And I'm going to turn around here too, the entropy. And we have some financial gifts. Thank you all very much. In fact, folks, get your raucous emojis ready because Mr. George and I are tapping out here. We're going to get your final comments and financial gifts. And so if you have any questions or comments, make sure you pose them now. Tag us as we're wrapping up. We want to make sure we hear from you. And I think we've already fallen back. So I think it's 10:30 here now. But
does it happen at like 2 a.m. Eastern time tonight, overnight?
Is that for the East Coast of the United States? I don't know.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's correct. But get your raucous emojis ready. From Marie Curie, $50 US, ladies and gentlemen, $50 financially gifting. Thank you so very much, my dear lady. And she writes here, no white guilt. I told my mother today she gets her news from anti-white sources. Plus, she wrote, George, and then a person with the last name that begins with the letter F, died of drugs. She told me that I'm a liar and that all I tell her is lies. If she wouldn't be my mother, I'd had thrown her out. What could I have said better? Thank you, Mr. George, and your the guests that you had on the show today for your great work. Well, thank you so very much, dear lady. Sorry to hear about that situation with your mother. You're going to have to definitely go at her a little slower than. And where is she exactly? You can add, if you want to add any more information in the Talk Heaven or question widget on Entropy. you can do so. If you had any more context before we wrap up and I see it, I'll speak to it. But if she is rabidly anti-white, then you'll have to definitely introduce this much more slowly. But very often when people have these sort of reactions, these emotional reactions, it's because they're being persuaded. It's because they know that you are right. They know that the material that they are receiving is anti-white. My suggestion is, at least on the surface, without knowing more about you and your mother and your relationship, is to leave specific stories like about this particular character and how he died or what he may have died from. Leave those aside and just talk about our people's well-being. Talk about protecting us from those things and ideas and people that harm us. If your mother still disagrees with those things, then we have a serious issue on your hands, because that would mean that she endorses the victimization of our people. And so please do that and reach back out. If not tonight, happy Halloween to you, by the way. If not tonight, then on Sunday and or on any Sunday, remind me about your issue and we can talk more about it at that point. But again, thank you so very much for that very kind $50 financial gift to the service to White Wellbeing. Jared, did you have any thoughts on that, or shall we just keep rolling?
No, I think you emphasizing going to the essence, and then that would reveal how she really feels about some of the essential things, not comparing to other people, but about herself. And then taking it from there is very sound.
Yeah, please. We do. She is one of our favorites, a regular participant, and I'm very eager to help you with your situation. So please be back with us, maybe on a Sunday, maybe where I can give you a bunch more time and you can provide more info. Tall Kevin over here on the financial widget, financially gifting $3. Thank you, my dear brother. Tall Kevin has been very busy finding signs all over the place, I must say. Very proud of him. Tim, he writes, and this was obviously for Tim Murdoch earlier in the show. What do you think about the situation in Poland with the anti-abortion protests? Where do you see it progressing? Happy Halloween all. I just ate candy corn from 1980. This stuff never goes stale. Oh my God.
Well, it's never going to leave your colon either.
Right, exactly. Wow. Well, that's a testament to what it's made out of. Very impressive. I don't know. Maybe you can't harm Tall Kevin. He's indestructible.
Strong constitution.
Does indeed. Well, we apologize that we didn't. We weren't going to be interrupting the flow. We didn't have much time with him, and apologize for that, Kevin. But we will maybe I'll message him and ask him to speak to those issues when next he is live. So thank you very much for that, Kevin.
I'm sure he'll have some interesting things to say on that.
Yeah, he always does have something interesting to add. Simon JJ, another great participant, coming in here twice, pardon me, gifting 10 pounds all the way over from the UK. Thank you so very much, brother. Writing super stream. Regards to Jason, Jared, and Tim. Kip. Keep it Promethean. That's what that means, folks. If you don't know, you need to be going free. So thank you so much, Simon. Kip indeed. Back at you. And then another financial gift from Simon JJ. Another 10 pounds from the UK. And writes here, further regards to all the guests tonight. Best Halloween evening I've had. Well, that's superb. Thank you for writing that to us.
Thank you.
Yes, that is a wonderful thing to write. And thank you so much for the financial gifts to White Wellbeing. And we have the great Rub-a-Dub. And I guess this Rub-a-Dub Media, because I shared the pullover, the hoodie again with the white rose, the designed white rose and NWG, and $10 from Rub-a-Dub, $10 US. Thank you so very much for that. To last week's 9-hour, it was actually 10-hour stream. Yes, indeed, it was a 10-hour stream. Thank you so very much for that. And yeah, that was tough to get through. But he's got a little emoji here.
The man has stamina, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got a little emoji of champagne flutes toasting. Yes, indeed. It was glorious. We had a wonderful time, everybody. And so let's see. I'm going to swivel over here and take a look quickly at Cash App. We are running out of time. Rubadub says, pardon me, 10 for 10. Yes, indeed. It was 10. We have...
Yeah, and some people staying up late with us from the UK. That is always nice to see.
Yeah, oh, yes.
It did help that we were in this gap week where we're only 4-hour difference between Eastern US and UK
right.
time instead of the normal 5. But everyone do remember, all of our American listeners do remember, overnight tonight, we do fall back.
That's right.
We do fall back. So we gain an hour.
Of sleep.
That's good. I have something to do tomorrow. It's good to see an old friend. It's a nice thing amidst all this COVID madness, but I have to drive a bit. So actually that helps.
Well, good. Yeah. Fabulous. I think I'll use my extra hour
for an extra hour of streaming.
Yeah.
So you're going to do an 11-hour stream tomorrow, Jason? Can we expect
I don't think
11-hour going free?
I actually, the Spreaker uploads need to be 2 4-hour segments, or I have to break it into 3s. So really 8 hours is, and probably if I was going, it probably should be 7 and folks could watch 1 hour a day over the course of the week, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, 10 hours is shouldn't be done. But we'll, I see people writing to us, right? JC Stalling, Jared George, great to see you again, brothers. Well, great to see you, JC Stalling. Jussie, no offense, more sleep, perfect for you. Well, that's not going to happen. You know that. Although I do need to have some more sleep. We have here Art. Let's see. This is $6.31. Is this Art Acrobats?
Was that on Cash App?
Cash App.
I do believe I saw Art Acrobats. He's very active. Always appreciate him in the chat earlier saying, Jason, check Cash App. So yes, that must be him.
Okay. Art Acrobats, thank you so very much. When you watch back, after you get done with your lovely dreams of wonderfully fit women in scandalous costumes, Halloween costumes, when you watch this back.
Milkmaids, perhaps.
Milkmaids, yes. When you watch this, Misty's here. Hello, dear lady. Good to see you. So $6.31, and writes here, ask for all, Team Johnny or Team Daniel Karate Kid, he writes.
Yeah,
Team
he was saying, for anyone that knows the Karate Kid, he was saying that I look like Johnny and his friends who jump Ralph Macchio's character, Daniel-san.
Yes.
Of course, the blonde bad guys.
Yes, of course.
Boys. If you're familiar with the movie, they dressed up as a skeleton crew, as guys like this with the skeleton masks, and they beat him up, and eventually the hero has his revenge on them in the end. So I'm dressed. He was saying, if anyone's a fan of 80s movies and knows the Karate Kid, I do agree. I even thought of that as I was putting the makeup on. That's very much like Johnny and his friends, the antagonist in the first Karate Kid.
Of course. Yeah, what a surprise that is. Thank you so very much, Art Acrobats. And then we also have over here the lovely Vivian. And thank you so very much, dear lady. $10 US financial gift. And she has some wonderful little emojis, a little white heart, a cute little emoji ghost, and an autumn leaf changing colors. That's very pretty. And writes, please help. A lot of zombies in Vegas. Well, I bet so. I bet they do need to be cleaned out. And she's talking, of course, about the fictional zombies, not about real people. Everything we say here over the course of the night has been just opinions, and nobody is stating any absolute facts. Nobody is speaking for YouTube either. For facts, and you need to go to CNN, and you need to talk to the big sister AI. I see Aline Sabatino is still with us, and
He
so many
shoots love from his gun, and it helps wake people up.
Right.
convert them back into their true beautiful form.
Precisely. That's what happens when we approach. We turn them back into their beautiful living selves. Well, it's been a glorious night. Let me step back over here quickly to the question widget where we did have some questions. And Kevin, just clarifying that 1987 is how long those candy corns have been around. Sloth says, regarding that woman's mother, the thought chain to use, quote, how can something anti-white be true? And so this is what he's suggesting for Marie Curie, the thought chain that would begin with, how can something anti-white be true? Sloss is one of our great heroes out there every day doing a magnificent job spreading white well-being, going free, and bringing over many folks to the work that we're doing. Well done, brother. A great apostle. Engerod Celtic says, do a 24-hour marathon stream. Well, you know what? One of these days.
Jason, I know that's what you're working up to. You're going to do some kind of a fundraiser, how they used to do like the 24-hour telethons, but you're working yourself up to it so that it'll actually be easy for you, and it won't be a big deal. I know what you're doing. You're training
on my head.
Conditioning
on my head.
You're conditioning yourself like a true soldier. Like your
that's right.
Like your costumes imply.
We also have the great Mestizo writing here. Happy Halloween, everyone. I was saddened to see what happened to your website. The anti-whites are truly nasty. They are indeed. But you'll see that their actions ended up redounding to our benefit because of the positions that we take here in service to white well-being. So all good, and that is coming of that. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you, though, for those kind words. And we have Engerod Celtic writing now saying something. It's called Beltane, she writes, and then also writing April 30 into May 1st, she writes, looks like your avatar is missing for some reason, Engerod Celtic. But thank you there, dear lady. And then we had Kelt asking here at the end, very end, as we're tapping out, do you know your lore? What is we also had Promethean Epoch asking about movies, I think. And I'm not, neither Jared, George, or myself are very big movie watchers.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say I don't really know many horror movies. There's a really campy one that a friend of mine liked called Troll 2. So if you like something like really bad, like bad horror, not well done, badly done movie that you laugh at because it's so bad. I actually saw it in the theater once. There's kind of this tiny cult following to it. I think it was specifically Troll 2, not Troll 1. Like Troll 2 was done by different people. Somehow this Italian director saw like an American movie called Troll, and he's like, I'm going to do Troll 2. And I think the production crew had nothing to do. I don't know if he got into copyright trouble or anything like that. But yeah, someone in the chat saying Troll 2 is funny. They filmed it with a lot of them weren't even professional actors. I think it was filmed in Utah, and the main character, the dad, was like a dentist.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe he had a little acting background. Maybe he did theater in high school, and he like responded to an ad. He's like, sure, I'll do this. It was like very, like very low budget. And little did he know, like he continued to be a dentist in Utah. He's just like this nice all-American guy. But it was so bad. It kind of became this cult thing. And he's a great sport about it. Like he shows up sometimes every so often to a screening and answers fan questions, like he's embraced it. But there's this whole little subculture to Troll too. So that's the first thing that I thought of. And apparently some people in the chat know it. And apparently we had a few trolls in the chat tonight, as we sometimes do. Our chat's usually pretty clean though. Yeah. But maybe because of some of the increased attention, we had some trolls, but they're all gone now. They've gone back under their bridge. We wish them well.
We wish them well.
They'll wake up in due time.
We can only hope. But well said on the movies. We have a Birdie Bassett asking, do you still have your jacket from Crucible with the flag on the back? I do indeed. And in fact, the Groundhog Fury is sketching the actual. I mean, there are some minor changes to the actual jacket, but he's using the actual jacket in his in the drawing there. So yes, I do still have the jacket, and I will. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a big symposium one of these days, a huge conference, and we will break out the jacket for everyone to see at the conference. Would be a glorious thing. Now back, we had, do we know Keld asking, do you know your lore? What is the nearest monster? What does it look like and do? And then we have Keld also asking, what is your marketing strategy for your ideas? The marketing
questions.
Yeah, one is like really pragmatic, and the other one is like, do you know what's under your bed?
Well, you were asked this when I did the reading from Legend of Sleepy Hollow a couple of hours ago on tonight's stream.
Yes, we're returning.
Is there? I know in New Jersey, in central New Jersey, in the swamps, there's the story of the Jersey Devil.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of a biped. It's not a Bigfoot type thing, but it's a biped. I think that can run very fast.
Yes.
People. Mm-hmm. Is there something in your neck of the woods in Tidewater, the Commonwealth of Virginia, that is more specific to that region of the U.S.?
Actually, there is a spooky story that is very near to where I am in Northern Virginia, and it's the story about a couple. I think it was like in the 70s, maybe, and they were, or 60s, perhaps 70s, and they drove out to some remote place, I'm sure, to read Shakespeare to each other. And out in the middle of nowhere,
one of our favorite all-American pastimes.
Exactly. And down home here, and they while they were in their vehicle, and an individual dressed as a full-grown man dressed as a bunny rabbit approached the car, and he had a hatchet with him. And they were, of course, terrified by this. And I think he maybe threw the hatchet at their car, and maybe it hit the side of their car. And they fled, and they went to the police, and might have been in an area in Northern Virginia called Vienna, Virginia. It's close to there.
Vienna, Virginia.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I guess started by Austrians who came over. I think I've passed signs for Vienna, Virginia.
It's quite expensive place to live now. But so the police went back. They searched, and they couldn't find the hatchet, and they couldn't even find footprints. So there was some question about, did this person actually exist, or did this couple invent the character and then come to the police to make a false report for some unknown reason? But it was in the papers. And then there was some research about how near that area there had been a hospital for the deranged, and that an individual had escaped, and then he was eventually found years later living in the forest. So this would be long before the 60s or 70s when this happened, and he was eventually found by authorities, with the bloodhounds and the whole deal. And he had been living off of wild rabbits and had made like rabbit pelts or costume out of the rabbit pelts. And of course, he was like crazily wild hair and emaciated. And he had a hatchet that he used on the rabbits and other animals that he killed and ate. And he, I think, fled from the authorities, and they shot him dead somewhere in that region. And not at that time having the sort of benefits of being white that we supposedly have in the anti-white narrative. He was just shot dead for not immediately surrendering. And then that, they think, from that point forward is the reason for this. And so there's a bridge somewhere in Northern Virginia where one of these back roads now, where if you go there, and it's late at night enough, and I don't know, maybe the moon is just right or what have you, the rabbit man, the bunny man, might come after you. I never went. I always thought it was quite silly. But I imagine that if I saw a man in a rabbit outfit with a hatchet, I would be mildly alarmed by that.
At first, when you said rabbit outfit, I thought it was like a jokey Halloween furry costume that you get in a store, but the pelts makes it a little more raw.
Yeah.
It makes it a little more real.
He doesn't seem so friendly then, does he?
No.
Not very cuddly, covered in the rabbit pelts. But
so North Virginia has the Rabbit Man.
The Rabbit Man. Yes.
Well, I believe that thoroughly answers the question about.
Yes, it does. And we will have to. What we'll do is I'll speak to this, Kelt. Come back tomorrow, and I will speak to this marketing strategy. I mean, I think we had a huge success. We will be talking about that tomorrow as far as marketing is concerned. Placement, slogan, time, and the rest. It worked out beautifully. So we'll talk more about that. And maybe you have some ideas. Maybe that's why you're asking. And if you do, then we'll look forward to hearing from you. And it looks like we have Tall Kevin back with another $3 financial gift. Thank you so much, dear brother. $3 more for White Wellbeing. And he writes, Jared, your costume looks like a poor man's Michael Jackson. Next time, let's not be so offensive. Well,
I was going for whiteface. I thought that was perfectly incorrect.
Yeah, whiteface is
Tall Kevin. You're always a harsh taskmaster. I'll try better next year.
Azimuth Clark, he knows how to rib just right. Azimuth Clark says, "Get the jacket out." I'm afraid not today. It is in that closet though, right over my shoulder. That's where it's always with me. And Alex says, Wizard of Oz is a good movie. Great fantasy family film. Virtually 100% free of anti-Whiteism. Well, thank you for that recommendation.
Yeah, I have to tell you, the Wicked Witch of the West definitely freaked me out when I was a kid.
Yes.
She plays, that actress was born to play that role. She plays it to the hilt, and she is a creepy witch. Of course, we have many angels of the West, beauties of the West in our community here. See how I turn that around, ladies?
Yeah, actually, beautifully done. And now makes me wonder why they made that the Wicked Witch of the West. Yeah,
Glinda was the good witch of the East, but
yeah, isn't that peculiar?
At least she was a wholesome blonde, you know.
Well, we're all for that.
Good witch. She did have a house fall on her. So I don't know. Maybe there was some subconscious stuff going on. Even then, I always wanted to know where those other roads led, because if you remember, Jason, you remember the beginning where they walked down the yellow brick road. There's like a blue brick road and a red brick road too. They all meet in a spiral, and then they follow the yellow brick road because that's taking them to Oz. But you have to wonder, in that fantastic world that L. Frank Baum concocted, what else you would have found on the other roads. It's so a universe unto itself. He is a creative dude. I know those were stories, those were books written a few decades prior to when the Hollywood film production was done in the early 1930s. And some of you might not know this, but L. Frank Baum, the author, he wrote something called The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus as well. We were talking about how now we're getting into the holiday season more, will soon be at Christmas, Yule time. And he kind of wrote this in a totally different book, a creation myth, very kind of Nordic imagery of what Santa Claus was like when he was a child, and how he was granted by the elders because he was so generous and gave children gifts and delighted in making them gifts. And he was adopted by this like race of immortal gods in the North Pole. Very Hyperborean, right? We're talking about that reason. How they eventually grant him immortality as a gift so he can keep doing it forever. And there was a really interesting TV movie, like claymation stop motion movie done in the 80s based on this, The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. If you go to my Instagram, Great Order Instagram, and you scroll down a bit to December of last year, I actually shared some still shots from that 80s production, from that movie, version of The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. But the book, originally written the turn of last century by L. Frank Baum, same guy who wrote the Wizard of Oz books. So very, very creative men spinning these whole imaginal worlds.
Yeah, really magnificent. If I had the time, I would really be indulging in working through all of those materials. Our people are just a truly magnificent folk. And we have another financial gift, and we're about to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. George and I are going to be out on the town with the cape up, just as Hyrith was saying, across our faces from now all the way through mid-year. And look for us. We might show up in your community with a strange walk and our cape before our faces.
And a glimmer, a twinkle in our eye.
Yes, indeed. Doing good things.
A jaunt in our step.
Precisely. We are going to have to, I think what I'll do here, this Marie Curie, we are going to have to come back to and speak to your issue, just so don't delete it. It'll remain on tomorrow, because she says here, regrettably, that the German people, her own people, her mother's opinion is that they are always in the wrong, and believes everything the mainstream media tells her, even though she says nobody can influence her. She's clever enough, so she can't be tricked, and believes everything she's told by the regime's media. Well, we could talk quite a little bit about that and help with make some suggestions that you can use with your mother. Alex over here writing, truth according to the anti-whites is that unless the position is anti-white, it cannot be true. And this absolutely takes us back, dear lady, to what I was suggesting, and that is, don't worry about what the anti-whites are saying is fact or fiction in their regime's media. She's come to believe that that is reality. Take the position that it is wrong to inflict injury on the white race, particularly the most vulnerable members of our community. It's our children, it's our seniors, it's our handicapped, it's a great many of our women, even some of our men, and all of us as white people are being harmed by anti-whiteism. You can speak to every single one of those, and you can start off something very simple with your mother, and that is to say, can you say, mother, that it is wrong to victimize a white person because that person is white? Will you not agree to that? And if you begin there, then you are on that yellow brick road to changing her mind about all of these things. Lady Mjolnir, so wonderful to see you. And she is financially gifting tonight $20 US. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, love seeing you. And happy Halloween to you. She writes, late to the party. Happy Halloween. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for being amongst us and for all that you do in service to white well-being. I'll take a quick look over here and make sure we're not missing anybody or anything, because that we don't like to do, but we always get back to you. We never forget anybody. At least we know we're fallible, so it can happen, but we do our best, do our very best. And just taking a quick walk through the wonderful people that have assembled. Now, remember, once you wrap up with us tonight, you're going to head on over to the Whack Pack and you're going to check out what they're doing. Because
let me put that link in the chat.
Yes, thank you, good sir. Because the party continues over there with Jeff and Hyrith and all of the people who are fabulously talented artists. So don't go straight to bed tonight before you get a good dose of whack.
It's just cozy streams all day and all night.
Cozy streams, amen to that. And I am going to be on with Mark Collett tomorrow before my stream. I think it's supposed to be 3 Eastern Standard Time. We'll see, because I don't know if Mark had adjusted for the time change for us, but we'll see when it is. So I'll be with him and David Duke and several others. Patrick Slattery will be there, and both of these people doctors, of course. And I think someone else as well. We're going to be talking about the election coming up. At least I think this is the case. And then after that, I will be doing a going free, and we'll be talking about a lot of things.
Mark is doing a special one-off Sunday stream, panel stream.
Yeah, to talk about the election. And so we'll see. There's quite a little bit to talk about. And tomorrow on Going Free, I am going with the help of Carlisle, our dear lady, and a big hello to her.
Yes.
We went through the biggest pieces of legislation right now that the Democrats are moving to push through, and with a Senate and with the presidency would be able to push through. One of those things I mentioned over the course of the night, which was 10% of the Department of Defense budget for an entire new branch or bureaucracy that would be focused on victimizing Western kind in the United States.
And what is it called? Do we have an official name?
Yeah, and I can tell you what it is, and there's some other things that are just horrific that I'll be sharing tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff, but it's really the kind of stuff that the anti-whites, the laws that they are seeking to implement, really monstrous and terrifying things. So we have, it is House Resolution 992, declaring unconditional war on racism and invidious discrimination, and establishing a cabinet-level department of reconciliation. So
reconciliation,
yeah, billions of dollars is what they're calling for, and the kind of, forget about Orwellian. I mean, this is right out of Beelzebub's writings, the kind of things that they want to do to us. So this will be the last opportunity. If you have family members that are on the fence, they don't know which way they want to vote, then maybe what you do is you bring them to the Going Free episode, or you find the segment where I talk about, and I'll do that near the beginning, and then make sure that they are privy to that material so that they know if they're voting in the Biden and crew, that they're going to be getting something that is going to victimize them. And I can't say expressly because you know who's listening, but it's going to victimize them for a very specific reason that they can't say, they can't disclaim. It's not going to be just a set of views. It's something that you can't take off, I'm afraid. So we'll be talking
House Resolution 992.
Yeah, that sounds like what it was.
What's coming up, I'm seeing something that was introduced a couple of years ago in the Congress of 2017 to 2018.
HR, I think it was 992, unless I took it down wrong. I'll have to take another look then. But let me...
this is a little different. This has something to do with the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Okay. Then I'll get the right House resolution number. And just taking a walk through. Bear me up, Beam. I guess it's Beam Me Up. Yes, is with us. Ezra St. White, thank you for being here. Brand Danger, thank you. And anyone else who was here moderating. Mr. George and I also did a bit of moderating today for the trolls who showed up. And so thank you all for being here and helping to protect the channel, helping to protect the work that we are doing. I'm going to give an enormous thanks, and let's get a big round of applause. Raucous emojis, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful, talented, dedicated, and true nobleman and hero, Mr. Jared George, for all the work that he did to put together this magnificent stream tonight, bringing everybody together, organizing. And we're deeply grateful to you, dear brother. I love you. Thank you so much. And a big happy Halloween to you, and happy Halloween to the guests. A big thank you to all of the guests who showed up as well. And thank you all who financially gifted to Jared and I over the course of the night. It means a great deal to us and our service to White Wellbeing. And Mr. George, any final thoughts that you have before we wrap everything up and finally tap out tonight? The tap's been wide open on all things ghoulish, but your final thoughts, sir?
Yes, we hopefully brought the ghoulishness. And thank you for your comments, Jason. And doing this with you is a great honor and blessing in my life as well. I love you too, as a brother. So everyone, stay safe, stay sane, We know, as we were saying a little bit in the beginning, that the news might seem a little sideways. Things might be strange. We don't quite know what to expect, especially this coming week and maybe the weeks after that with this big election in the US. But first and foremost, you are in charge of your own mind, your own thoughts, your own speech. So be aware of that and be aware of the tremendous creative power of that. And we were talking a little about the imaginal before. Eke Luck said when he departed, this is a time when the veil is thin. Well, whatever your beliefs are, I think we all can see, even in the most rational level, the kind of thing Jason does with the lexicon. We know thoughts and words are powerful. You don't have to get woo-woo about it. Thoughts and words are powerful. They create a lot of your experiences and your reality. So keep that in mind. That's something they cannot take away from you if you stay strong in yourself. And that's why we're here together to do this, to be friends and to be a community and to enjoy our time together. It helps keep us strong, keep us sane, keep us healthy, to have outlets like this, communities like this. And we really do hope that it's a source of nourishment and well-being in your life. I know that I can speak for Jason and that we love doing this. We love being here with you. And we are indeed motivated by and imbued with love itself. So if that means something to you, please share it. Maybe it'll help someone else in your life. But yeah, it's with all things, whether it's framing a challenging piece of news or like tonight, for the most part, just having a lighthearted celebration of a wonderful time of year, a festival, a way to mark the year. As we were saying before, all the different seasons have their different moods and emotions they bring out. So it's okay to still be a big kid and enjoy Halloween for all that it is. Or even if you're not American, we know Halloween's kind of an American thing, but it has antecedents in old European harvest festivals. And we know we have a lot of European friends and British friends who share this with us as well. And that's a wonderful thing to see. So we look forward to all kinds of things with you, continuing all this together. Our love to you. For me, especially if you're new, I'll just say quickly, my site is thegreatorder.com. That is where all of my work goes through, my communications projects and my creative work. A lot more coming down the pike. As I said in the beginning, a little bit with Oliver, music is on the horizon. That'll be a new venture for me, original music. And Jason and I have the afterparty.tv, our shared site together. These shows, Tap, and associated live streams are all archived there. And a lot of your work is there too. A lot of community-generated work is there as well. The afterparty.tv. So with that, I turn it over to my good friend Jason to take us out for the evening.
Well, thank you, my dear brother. It's been absolutely glorious with everybody tonight. I loved all of the guests. I loved the videos that we played. I love the prep prior to the show. I love doing all of this with all of you. It's so exciting because we're having victories. I mean, it's just one victory after the other. And other places, they can complain. They can talk about how bad it is. They can talk about how this is and that is being lost. But we have victories. We're building families. We're becoming a stronger community virtually and in person. And it is so magnificent to be doing that. With all of you, to be able to spend these holidays with you. This is the reality. People are going to look back and say, why did they ever think that was unusual? This is really where it is at, folks. This is really where change is being made. Mr. George said it all there. Thank you, everybody here, for being with us, spending the night with us on Halloween. It's been really glorious. And I'll just say, a final thought. I think next year, Mr. George and I will actually wear costumes to the event. Rather than our normal gear that we wear on the stage at Chippendales. So we will see you all. Thank you so much.
Normal Saturday night for us, folks.
Yeah, normal Saturday night.
Yeah, we got to get, the 11:30 show's coming up, Jason. So we got to get ready.
Got to get back on the stage. And we'll see you all then next time.